Removing. 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 Removing.
You know, all we need is just sweet harmony. Just you and just me together. And darling, our love is a true love.
Gastar dinheiro com sintetizador é besteira.
Campeão, não vou te garantir, deixa em 7 e não toca dentro da água não. Ah, é.
Hello? Hello, 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 hello. Hey, yo. Hello, hello, hello. What up, what up, what up, what up? How's it going, how's it going, how's it going? What's up, everybody? Hope everybody's doing good, doing well. It's good to see you all. What's up, Jack Cinder? What's up, James DM? What's up, Moto Lemur? What's up, Radical Statical? What's up, Afro Altruism? What's up, Fellini Fiend? What's up, Manderbo Bander? What's up, Comatose? What's up, Reclock Codes? What's up, Zarian Div? What's up, OG Prodigy? What is up, Euphemisticism? What's up, Bill Boneless? What's up, Pajama Jam? What's up, Human? What's up, Snowhawk? What's up? Did I say Zarian? What's up, Zarian? What's up, Paluki? What's up, Nothing Worth? What's up, Legit Salvage? What's up, Quai? What's up, Forlorn? What's up, Crag? What's up, Tech Tink? Who else? Tommy J, VCC, Fabuli, Alex Prop, Clean Water. Who else is in here? Who did I miss? Ashtray, not old max level. Pikel, Mobius, on Effa. What's up, everybody? Good to see you all. Good to see you all. Hope you're all having a lovely Monday, election eve, election day eve. It is. Cute hair. Thank you. Think so? Is it okay? Is it looking okay? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hi, Tofu. I look for you every night still. You look for me every night still? What does that mean? Like on Twitch? Like on Twitch, right? William Smokes? You're sure, of course. I scour the streets every night. I scream into the darkness, Tofu! Death Grips, I'm in your area. Look for the tofu signal in the sky. Kinda hot in the Serginos. What's up? What's up? What's up, Yusarian? What's up, everybody? Good to see you. What's up, Cinemarxism? I voted one time, but my dog voted like 6. Let's go. He's all in for Trump. Oh, based. Wait, based. Wait, I didn't know your dog was based. Don't tell AK. Yeah, don't tell AK. What if your dog was AK? What if this whole time your dog had a Twitch account and it was AK and you had no idea? Like you've never like had your dog with you while you were on stream, right? And seen like, you know what I mean, confirmed whether or not it was them typing. Like, have you though? Have you though? Anyways, it's good to see everybody. We have plenty to look at tonight, but I'm gonna try to keep tonight's stream not too late, not too long, because tomorrow we're gonna be doing the damn thing. We're gonna be covering, you know, the election as it unfolds. I mean, definitely we're not gonna get any like legit closure by the end of tomorrow. That's just no. But we're gonna be. Excuse me, we're going to be covering it. We're going to be looking at it. Cinemarxism, Rhizome, Gremlo, and I will be hanging out at 3 p.m. PST. Do I have that right, Brett? My dog is a Viet immigrant, so it's demographically accurate. 24/7 tofu? Nah, we're not doing that. Nah, we're not doing that. I'm going to try to fucking go to bed at a... I know myself and I don't think it's possible, like, if I'm just being honest, but I'm gonna really try. It's like end stream like earlier than usual and then try to get to bed and so I can be up and get ready to be ready at 3 p.m. PST for election coverage. I'll be there right after Electro. Let's go. Cinemarxism's dog at the ballot box. Last election I didn't sleep for 2 days. Sheesh. Sheesh. Well, here's the thing. You just expect that you're not going to have the results of the election tomorrow. Just you should expect that. You know what I mean? That hasn't been the case. When was the last election, American election, presidential election, where we had the results in the same day? Like, I don't think that. I mean, it's been a long time. Last election I didn't 2008. Last election I didn't sleep for 2 weeks. Okay, guys, listen. Listen. You gotta get some sleep, okay? You gotta, and that's coming from me, I know, Rich. But you gotta get some sleep. And I would say that there are more consequential things to lose sleep over. Cheers. Time to continue to get stoned. Well, listen, I don't need no damn election to fucking do that, baby. My joke answer is 2000. The Hillary election was like near midnight or something, wasn't it? 2016. I don't remember. We didn't have the election results in 2004. Yeah, she conceded that night. I remember what the fuck? Hell no. Listen, I'm sorry. I don't know anything about this user. I know a couple things about this user. All right, I know that they're banned in multiple channels. All right, and I know that their first chat was to get the commands. So it's like, go what? Who the fuck? Banned by Zaka. Bush v. Gore reps won off the Supreme Court. Well, listen, yeah, that election is a whole conversation to have. I barely remember too, and I don't remember how Biden's went exactly. Yeah, I feel like I kind of like blacked out in 2016. I remember that I was watching in my living room. I just don't remember what time it was. I was in my living room and I knew for sure that Trump was gonna win, and I was screaming. And I was so pissed. I was so mad. I was screaming. Me and my roommates were like, it was like one of my roommates, and then my other roommate was like out of the country at the time and was like texting us like, I'm not coming home. It was oh my god. Bro, 2016 felt awful. Yeah, that shit hurt. I was very mad. If Trump loses, which country will he flee to? Who? Oh, Trump. I don't know. I remember watching his inauguration while I was working in this warehouse job, reorganizing stuff that day. Damn. That's what some people are fearing Trump will do. I heard that's why he rallied in NYC, so he can win the House and then take the election via a Republican-led House and Supreme Court. I mean, yeah, he's definitely done what he's needed to do. Well, him and his, sycophants have essentially like done what they needed to do, like to lay the groundwork for casting doubt on the election in the future. But it's like, I don't know that like that should have obviously been expected. Like, obviously I think that that's something we all expect if Trump loses. Like, I think we're all pretty ready for like the same thing to happen again, as far as like him denying that he lost. I'm pretty ready to hear that once again. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We gotta just take it like one fucking minute at a time, dude. Cause like I know there's like a lot of people who are like seeing these last minute polls and are like, oh dude, it's a wrap. Like, it's gonna be huge. It's gonna be a fucking sweep. It's gonna be a Kamala sweep. And I'm like, I don't know how anybody can be confident in anything. Like, I listen, I have the past, to go off of, and I have like the chaos, like, everything I know about the current chaotic moment. I don't know. I don't think it's like, don't get your hopes up one way or the other. You know what I mean? Like, don't get your hopes up one way or the other. Like, if you're seeing like a lot of people being like, oh dude, it's a wrap. Like, dude, I'm telling you right now, Trump lost. Like, don't like let yourself be like yeah, like I believe that that's I believe that that's the truth and that's what's going to happen because it's gonna hurt. You know, in the event that that doesn't end up being the case, it's gonna hurt. So I'm confident everything will continue to decline regardless of the outcome of the election. Let's go. What's up, Sonkris? Gonna go gamble on Kamala. Thanks for the tips. Gonna go gamble on Kamala. Thanks for the tips. Listen, if you win, send some fucking, you know, some gift subs my way. You know what I'm saying? Like, hook a fucking bitch up. Gamble on Gambler. That's right. Get it twisted. It might have been a sweep if Kamala wasn't so focused on bankrolling genocide. We could have had a... Listen, if we would have if she would have ridden the momentum before the DNC, you know what I mean? If she really would have fucking, like, paddled into that wave, oh yeah, it would have been easy. But you know, that's not where we're at. And so we deal with it. We deal with it as we go. XQC bet 700K on Kamala. Okay. I wish I had 700K. What the fuck? I wouldn't bet it. I would just use it. You know what I mean? And like, fuck, not be poor. And then maybe I would like help some of my friends. 700K too. Like, that's not even rich. Like, if you had 700K, like, you're not even a millionaire. Like, you know what I mean? So it's like, I would still try to use that money to like help out like people around me. You know what I mean? Like my friends and family, like help out their rent for a few months. Like, that's crazy. What the fuck? Dude, I would be chilling. I would be able to like invest in myself and like, I don't know. God, I could just think of so much. Gaza is not near most people's voting priorities. We are just, I don't know that I would say most people's. I think that whether it's their priority or not, it is colored everybody's perspective on this election. One way or the other, whether it's their main issue or not is a different question. But like, I think that like everybody has considered what's happening overseas, even if it even outside of Israel Palestine, like everything, like foreign policy is a huge factor, definitely. Generally in how people are looking at this election, whether or not it's their primary focus or primary concern or the reason why they're voting one way or the other is a different story, is a different conversation to have. But yeah, definitely everybody has thought about Israel Palestine. I have normie cousins who are outraged about Palestine. Yeah, like, because even there are plenty of people who are outraged, but are also voting for Kamala. Like, you know what I mean? So I don't, and we already know, we've seen all that polling of the Democratic Party and how they feel about Israel from months ago, right? Like I wouldn't say that nobody is considering this. I just think that like some people have different ideas about like voting strategically, quote unquote strategically, or like you get it. But everybody's thought about it. Tofu, what would you do if Kamala pulled up on you? Why did that have to rhyme? Why did it have to rhyme? Pulled up on me like what? Imagine you just took an edible for the night and you hear a, oh, fuck no. I mean, I would ask her to come inside. But also, I'd probably dox myself in doing so. Right? I'd be pissed at them because they would be doxing me. But also I'd ask, but like, you know what I mean? Since I'm doxed anyway, like you might as well come inside and let's have an interview or some shit. Like I'm streaming right now. Would you like to come on stream? But yeah, imagine you took an edible. Yeah, no. Nope. Oh my God, it's so quiet. Okay, there's no way it was completely, like, random, though, right? Like, there's no way. Like, they had to have known ahead of time. Like, you don't just pull up on somebody. Like, somebody's gonna answer their door in their boxers, like, scratching their nutsack. Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? And then it's like, Kamala Harris. You know what I mean? Or like somebody is gonna fucking see a bunch of cameras and lights outside of their house and hear a bunch of voices and then like grab their gun. Oh no. Oh no. You know what I mean? Like, dude, this is America. You knew that they definitely fucking let them know ahead of time. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Same, I would be so stoned and pretend I'm not there. Hiding, like peeking through the window at the side, like, oh my god, am I fucking stoned or is that Kamala Harris? I've lost it, you guys. I think I see Kamala Harris at my door. There's no way she's there, obviously. I've clearly lost my mind. So I'm not going to answer the door. Like, clearly, there's no way that Kamala Harris would be outside of my house right now. I think I was getting arrested, exactly. Run out the back door. Kamala Harris is knocking on your door, and you just hear somebody, you just like see in the corner of your eye, just like somebody jump the fucking fence into the next neighbor's yard. Like, what the? You'll never take me alive. It's not, I'm definitely not like hugging. Like my first reaction isn't to be like, oh my god, is that like the vice president of the United States? Like, you know what I mean? I would be like so dumbfounded. I'd be like, they stopped doing that punk show like a long ass time ago, right? Like, why the fuck are you here? Why did you come here? Why are you here? Can I help you? Or what's happening right now? Am I in trouble? Like, what? What's going on? Why are you filming? What's happening? Just the dog in the fucking background. You guys are gonna vote for me, right? Because I know, like, where you live after all. Like, it's, you know, nice place. You know, it's me, shame somebody, you know, you know, drone struck it or something. Oh, conspiracy. Wait, they're gonna be working the polls and she's voting for Kamala. See, they're already trying to steal it. You see, they're already stealing it. It's already been stolen, as far as I'm concerned. Speak up! I can't hear you. Okay, this is boring. Do not come to my house. It'll freak me out. It'll scare me, and I'll have a mental breakdown, and that won't be good. Anyways, it's good to see everybody. We should just like get into the stream, I guess. Let's just like get into it, huh? We'll start it off light though. We'll start it off light as we always do. We'll do a little daily dosage. Then we'll do some new music videos that have come out recently. This is another one of those things where like it was just, I didn't know anything about this artist or this song or whatever, and it was suggested to me, and I listened to it and I really liked it. So it's like technically not brand new, but I liked it and it's new to me, so I'm gonna show it to you guys. But Denzel Curry just dropped a new music video, and Corbin just dropped a new song, a new music video. So that'll be interesting to actually get new Corbin music. And then I saw this meme video that was I saw this super patriotic song about voting get suggested to me too, and you know what, chat, it's a banger, so we'll share that with you as well. We'll get some Onion coverage on the election, and then we'll get into the fake news from Reuters, PBS, Democracy Now, and more. Mostly today we're just gonna kind of talk about election shit. Like I said, I'm going to kind of try to keep today's stream a little bit shorter than normal. So we're gonna look at election stuff. Obviously, we'll start it off actually with a little local thing, election related, but like little LA election stuff. And then we'll get into national election, security fences installed in Washington. Trump makes his final pitch. Harris makes a closing pitch. A look at the legal challenges that could prolong or disrupt the election. Breaking down the paths to the Electoral College for victory for both Harris and Trump. Cubans and Puerto Ricans are paying close attention to the U.S. election. Israel residents weigh in on who they want to win between Harris and Trump. Hamas says U.S. election results will not concern the movement and our Palestinian people. Palestinians in Gaza skeptical U.S. election result will bring an end to war. I mean, unfortunately, like, you know, spoiler alert, unfortunately, like, it won't. And then we'll look at Dearborn Mayor Abdullah Hamid on refusing meeting with Trump and not endorsing Harris. Also, I suspect and then from there, we'll go into just some like Israel, Palestine, Lebanon updates from there. And yeah. Other stuff too. So only like a couple subjects for tonight. We also still do have comfy content that we can watch. Asmongold, Urban Rescue Ranch, Fantano, a Tiny Desk, Urban like Urbex content, like train hopping content. We have lots of comfy content that we can do. So if you guys want to do fun content at the end of the stream, let's hit that sub goal today. But let's get into it. What's up, J Logic? Daily Dose.
Hello everyone, your daily dose of internet. This person wasn't happy with the pizza they ordered, so they decided to protest.
Wait, what? Wait, what happened? They threw the pizza on the ground and then slipped on it? Look at his face on the right here. They get so happy.
This dog's scream sounded exactly like a human.
Hey!
Now that was literally a fucking. That's like a fucking. No way. That's like a sample, right? That is used in movies or some shit. Like that was a fucking human scream. No shot. What the fuck? I don't believe you. No way.
Hey!
No way.
Non lo guardare o ti vendo la macchina.
Eccomi qua.
Non lo guardare o ti vendo la macchina.
Eccomi qua.
Oh, that was slick. Wait, did he still get it? Oh, they weren't robbing
she
her.
Accidentally trapped herself in
Wow, a lot of things happened right there. That's at first I was like, oh damn, nice move. Like, you know what I mean? She's like, now what the fuck are you gonna do? They were just looking at her like, bro, I don't want your shit. They did kind of pull up on her crazy though. They pulled up on her crazy. I probably would have reacted similarly. I'd have been like what's up? You know?
an elevator.
What happened? What is that? Oh, it's stuck. Oh, now she can't get out. Oh, you're boing. Oh.
So I guess you don't need two legs to break dance.
Whoa. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, damn. Hell yeah. That's tight. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. Bro, your dog. Oh no. Bye. Okay, that's not funny anymore.
They couldn't figure.
Oh my god. Okay. Dude, that could have been so fucking bad. Oh my god.
The car wasn't
dude.
Starting.
I thought I was about to see some dude, I literally breakaway call. Thank God. I thought I was about to see some Final Destination shit, like, but with a poor puppy. Like, fuck. That was so terrifying. That could have been so bad. Oh my God.
She was doing a news report about this giant pothole when this happened.
Do distrito não querem mais passar nesta rua
Oh,
por conta
puppy.
deste pequeno buraco. Ai, meu Deus.
Bro's grubbing. Yeah, take the whole shit, yeah.
This guy has a
You
trampoline that's
dumbass.
all risk and no reward.
Oh my god. Yeah, wait, that's like, oh! Oh!
I think it might be time to lose some weight.
Oh, poor guy. Can't make it through the fucking stair thingy like I used to back in the day. Oh man, poor guy. Oh, baby.
Vets will use tiny eye-punching machines on animals to test the pressure to
What's
make
up,
sure that they
OCD
have
lady?
healthy eyes.
What the fuck?
So,
Uh-oh.
why were they so excited?
Trick or treat.
How are you guys?
Good.
Okay, I'm out of candy.
Oh.
But who wants the condensed soup here? Tomato soup, okay. Gotcha. Cream corn? You look like a cream corn kind of guy. Yeah, you are. Oh, baked beans. Baked beans for you.
Hell yeah.
There you go. See you guys.
This shit going straight through a window tonight. Me battling my inner demons.
In my truck.
Oh, ew. Oh, that's an egg!
What?
The website spread news that there would be a big Halloween parade in Ireland with tons of celebrities, but it was fake. Thousands of people thought it was real and waited for a parade that would never happen.
I heard about this. That's fucking funny. That's like, okay, that's actually a really bad, like, that's actually an issue. Like, you know what I mean? You could just like convince a bunch of fucking people to be like, yeah, there's like this thing that's gonna pop up. There's, you know what I mean? There's gonna be a bunch of people here and it's gonna be great or whatever. Like, there's ways that you could use that for, I don't know. Let me just leave it at that. That could potentially be a problem. Please let it be the cop. Oh. Whoa. I really wanted it to be that fucking cop. Oh, get fucked, loser. I don't know why you did that, but you probably deserved it.
Swallowing bones that are just as big as them.
No way! No way! No! Hey, stop!
I should call him.
This professor made an iodine. This professor made an iodine clock reaction that cycles between 3 colors.
Whoa.
This one oscillates, it cycles between the 3 different phases.
Whoa. What is this witchcraft? Arrest this man. That's crazy.
Ow, 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 I got you, I got you.
Fuck yeah, that's my kind of content.
Ow, 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 I got you, I got you. Ow, 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 I got you, I got you.
Ooh. God damn, dude.
Scout, you better move.
Oh, boys. Damn. Kevin. Oh, get jacked. Oh, you got your shit jacked. Oh, fuck. +1 phone.
Oh my god!
Hey, what happened? I missed it.
Oh my god!
What?
Oh my god!
Oh, it's in the fucking... What the
So I guess
fuck?
garbage trucks can be pretty violent.
Oh yeah, dude. Dude, no, for real. I've seen them. That was perfect pause. I've seen them fucking I've seen them demolish trash cans. Like, I should call her. I've seen them demolish trash cans.
About a week ago, I showed you the skinniest Jeep in the world, so here's the widest Jeep.
Okay. Piggy. Oh.
The crowd was going crazy because they couldn't catch his dog.
Go, go! Oh, and a touchdown! Touchdown. Oh. Yo, if this was football, I would watch this shit. I would watch every game. Whoa.
For some reason, these people have a...
That's fucking awesome. So fancy. Dude, they spent all that time putting like the rope, like the flower petals down and like, oh my god.
For some reason, these people have a really thirsty faucet.
What the fuck?
Poor little guy was so confused.
Oh my god, wait, what the fuck?
So, I'm not sure if this counts as winning or losing.
No way. What? Oh, fuck. Damn, that's a lot of water. God damn. Woof.
Look at how this delivery guy delivered this brand new computer.
They don't know what the fuck it is. It's heavy as hell. Oh, ew. I want to go to a roller rink. I feel like that would be fun. Oh my god.
This guy thought he had a ghost in his house.
Oh, it's the Roomba. Oh my god. At first I thought that shit was haunted as fuck too. It's the way he responded. That would have been me too.
This guy thought he had a ghost in his house.
Yo. Oh hell no. Yo, what the fuck? It's the Roomba. Immediately he fucking lazy ass baby. Fucking lazy ass baby, bro. Babies are so fucking lazy, bro.
Just trying to get out. This fox discovered a trampoline.
Oh, fun. Oh, it's so cute. That's so much fun.
That is video. Hopefully I made your day just a little better. And
yeah.
I'll see you guys again very soon.
Fun.
Later.
All right, let's do some new music videos. This is Itachi. This song is called Note. I've never heard of this artist before, but it came across my recommended and I checked it out, and this beat is fire. So I thought I'd show it to you guys.
始まりはインターネットオレンジ色の雲のフレンドアグレッシブかつとかってなんぼ会うことないはずのやつとセッションスピットマイシッキキンでバスに交わしてる木見えてないキッズ感覚で言うところ 6 you see 始まる高みのサウンス Oh shit Damn つまらねえ話 話乗りません惜しい Yeah 不確かなことばかりで惜しい Yeah 上辺だけのバカとフェイク惜しいまとめて相手かかるぜテクテクと歩くほど Yo you tell them I'm dope 多くは語らずとも曲で分からせよ 24/7 think about this and あとは彼女のことも care それ以外は clear 各地にチェ仲間を言うコンタクト取らず互いをフィー堂々と街でキルコンタクトじゃなく裸眼で見よう一点を見つめてフローその先に楽屋棒ヒッターガスで上がってたまたどこかで俺に食らう空でもバックやって不安で暗い方でなわけねけど強くねから to the top and see what's there hitting like this 俺らは俺ら見とけよ口立たてるあんたらよNow you know me 焦ってばっかじゃ気がつまん You told me that I won't be hit but say I did it, I admit it You think it's just a luck or what? You're luck or what? You think it's just a luck or what? You're luck or what? You told me that I won't be hit but say I did it, I admit it 敵ならないとは見てて思うシーンは薄っぺらいから文句を言ってるだけでは No それも分かってる Yes I know 言葉と行動を伴うやつ以外はカス盤上の駒をまず動かすまあ今にわかるみんな勝ってるなんか違うこのまんま時は過ぎ去らない直面する A lot of the things 作り笑顔で相手する This めんどくさいことや嫌いたまには飲み込むけど Alright Cause it's life だし山あり谷ありまた Go up I believe だって信じるっきゃないじゃんない自信奮い立たし次のステージ俺らの新婦をデリバリーこの曲聴いてる今何時ステップ刻む足取り心も跳ねてる with this beat 足りないものを満たしたく耳 You told me that I won't be here But see I didn't admit it You think it's just a luck or what? You're luck or what? You think it's just a luck or what? A luck or what? You told me that I won't be here But see I didn't admit it
Shit, I'm muted. This song's called Denzel, or this song's by Denzel Curry, Laser Dim 700, and BK the Ruler, Still in the Paint.
I hang in the trenches with my partners, Cow Skrilla. Denzel Curry, killer, one hood ass nigga. And when I say it's up, then that means it's official. Hey, BK, that be my motherfucking nigga. I hang in the trenches with my partners, Cow Skrilla. Denzel Curry, killer, one hood ass nigga. And when I say it's up, that means that it's official. Curry the killer, I'm back in the building. I kick in the door and I bust up the ceiling. Y'all niggas don't want it, I'm ready, I'm willing. You get 'em, I got 'em, I tell 'em, let's get it. Lower East Coast on the front of my penny. Charlie just threw me some heat, I'm a
Why isn't Flocka on it?
You'll be finished, I'm feeling like Juicy, I'm standing on beat. You've been near me for a while, know what my problem is. Can you lead me through the water, be my prophetess? My clock's ticking, tick, slip. I dropped the ring, I missed it. I need your eyes or I might go crazy. Psycho, baby, my life support is failing. I wanna save me, crying for days. Got my number and he paged me. Body going numb, no, that's not brain food. Trying to find a way.
Vid is new though. Hopefully this does mean new music. Dude, I think that's a fucking seriously fire haircut. Like if you can pull that haircut off, it's so sick. Can he? I'd say so. I told a story before, but when I saw him in LA in like 2017, like, you know, a long ass time ago, he smoked so many cigarettes on stage. It was fucking insane. And he was so fucking nervous that he was like going off stage to like throw up, and he was smoking packs of cigarettes the whole fucking show. It was really good. But like, damn, it was like kind of rough, kind of rough seeing him. But it was kind of like, it kind of just like kind of fit the vibe though. It kind of fit his whole, like his, you know, it is like the aesthetic kind of, and like the setup that he had on stage was like, it looked like his bedroom. There was like a, you know, like an old CRT television, like this, like, you know, playing, and there's like a bed and stuff. It was cool. It was cool. All right, let's keep it moving. This now topical just came out today. I don't know who this dude is, but it says go vote. So I checked it out. And of course, wow, it made me really want to get out there and vote. So I'm passing it on to you. Song's called Go Vote by You Know Miles.
Hey, they want me to go vote. Hey, they want me to go vote. My grandma said when I rap, sound like I choke. I just jumped off the boat. It's a frog in my throat. When I rap, sound like I'm a croak. I think I see a roach. My grandma told me to vote. Go green, yeah, bitch, go vote. Everybody know I'm getting to this dope. Martin Luther King, he was the GOAT. Kodak let me drive the boat. My bed fucked up, it's broken. They on my ass, they talking about bro, go vote me. I told them I can't cause I sound like a dolphin. Called up for work and said, they said you got the whole year off, bro. You slow. They think I work Wednesdays, I work Fridays. I work Fridays. Hey, they want me to go vote.
Yo.
My grandma said when I rap, sound like I choke. I just jumped off the boat. When I rap, sound like I'm a croak. I think I see a roach.
Yeah.
My grandma told me to vote.
My grandma told me to... Damn. I wasn't gonna vote, but now I'm gonna. I wasn't gonna, but now I'm gonna. I'm gonna vote now. Because I heard Go Vote by You Know Miles. That's right. Chat. Grandma said go vote. Grandma said go vote. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos that we've watched this evening. Coming up next, we're going to get into the fucking news, bitches. All right? That's right. Next up, it's the news. We're going to start it off with the most realist news around, which is The Onion, talking about the election. Top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters, PBS News Wrap, Democracy Now, and much more. Exclamation point watching, like I said, in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we have watched and will watch. But first, chat, before we continue on, we must run an ad break. What is this? New clip from the last Trump rally ever. Okay, I can literally see it. I can literally see that it's not that. Hey, you okay? Gotcha.
Hey, just thought I should check up on you. You seem to be happy on the outside, but are you happy on the inside? Listen, don't let life choose a position you don't want to be in. Set the position you want to be in. After all, you do have a guidance system in you already. All you have to do is find that position you aren't in and move forward to that position you want to be in, set by you.
Right.
And don't let any variation, deviations, or differences to be a significant factor to you obtaining the position you need to be for your future.
Right.
I just want to make sure you have the information you need. Remember to never give up. Anyways, I should be going.
All right.
I'll catch up with you next time.
Okay.
Take care.
See you later. It just leaves. It just goes the other way. It just leaves. Thank you, Missile. I voted today. Let's go. Grandma would be proud. So would the Missile. Okay. Love that for you. Speaking of voting, that's what we're going to talk about next. Okay. We're going to get into the news next. There's a lot of news to cover. But first, chat, before we continue on, we must run an ad break since it's been an hour, a bit more than an hour since we started the stream. Don't you worry, though, because here in the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to even more super top secret, super exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, and to also help me, your favorite streamer ever of all time, get closer to achieving Partner Plus, which would give me a 70-30 split of all the money you also generously give to me every month. That would be a genuinely life-changing amount of money. So if you have the means to and you'd like to help out with that, that's a great way to help. Another way you can help me out, but also at the same time help out one of your buddies in the community, is by gifting some subs. If you are one of those unsubscribed chatters in the chat that is in need of a sub, make sure to say hi, throw some emotes in the chat, or if you're lurking, use the please give me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are just starting the night off at 0 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, chat. If you'd like to, at the end of the news portion of the broadcast, if you'd like to extend the length of the stream, AO, pause, and do some fun stuff, some comfy reacts with the community, let's hit that sub goal, and then we'll lock in comfy content for after the news. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB.
No man is nothing.
All right, we're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. Sitting through the ads is a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. Speaking of supporting the stream, speaking of money being thrown my way, since tomorrow, by the way, I will be doing that stream. I will be with Gremlo, Rhizome, Cinemarxism, the gang tomorrow, talking about the election. I don't think I'll be streaming on my channel, which means that's a day without subs. That's a day without bits and donos and ad revenue and things like that. So if you have the means to, let's hit that sub goal tonight. Maybe let's even go a little bit further, beyond the sub goal to make up for tomorrow. If you have the means to, if we can, you know what I'm saying. But let's get into it. Let's start off the stream. We're going to get into the headlines first, as we always do. We'll start it off with some very real news from The Onion. Then we'll go to the top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters, and then the PBS News Wrap, and also the top US and world headlines from Democracy Now!, aka Democracy, very fucking soon. Let's start off with very real news from The Onion. Yo, Frig Frog 420, thank you so much for continuing your gift sub. I don't know why the alert didn't go off. Thank you so much.
Swing states. Joining me now to break down the numbers is ONN's Jason Copeland at the Big Map.
Thanks, Dwight. We're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county.
Yeah, we will be using that Paluki, but that doesn't share subs. That would be sick, though. But that would be like I could see that if that existed, that would be like very abused. You know what I mean? We would put Twitch like out of business very quickly. You know what I'm saying? Like if somebody could just if we could all just stream together and then just all get each other's subs, that would be awesome. Negative Ghostwriter, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I hope you had a lovely stream. Bearcillium, thank you so much for 13 months. Hell yeah. Welcome in. Hope you had a good stream. Shouts out Negative Ghostwriter. Hope you had a good stream. What's up? Chris Zink, thank you so much for 12 months, a whole fucking year of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020. Now I want to go in even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township, District 2. Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this. But to really understand what's going on, let's
Diabolical
go even
Uppies, thank you so much.
A little bit more right here
for 7 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now, I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old.
Yo, Frig Frog 420 with the gifty to Will Realms. Let's go. Thank you so much. Getting us started. 1 out of 25 for the daily sub goal, chat. Let's fucking go. Reminder that if we hit the sub goal, if and when we hit the sub goal, it'll lock us in for comfy content for after the news is done. So if you want to hang out with the community after we're done with the news and unwind, let's hit the sub goal. Also, reminder, like I said, I'm not going to be streaming on my account tomorrow, so which means no income for me. So if you enjoy the content, if you'd like to see the stream continue on, your support is very much appreciated. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024?
Which way?
Really hard to say at
Which
this
way,
point.
Western
it's pretty
man?
early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs,
predominantly
it's got the vascular system, the heart. But I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory.
Steve Kornacki going crazy.
If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999.
Not the Al Gore rally.
That's a win
he feels
for
good
the
about
Democrats. On the other hand, Take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's associated with social interaction and groups, and we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin.
Yo, Anonymous, thank you so much for gifting to OG Prodigy. Let's go.
Past the cage, past the lungs.
Thank you so much.
Past the heart, past the tumor. Healthcare going to be a really big issue in this election.
Thank you for giving to the OG.
Past the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself, where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually
That's so
zoom
real.
out.
That's so fucking real. Honestly, I'd have the same. I'd be like, I don't know if I want to do this. You know, I would be scared too. What the fuck? Me when I smoke too much? Yeah, me when I smoke too much and go to my job as Steve Kornacki at the fucking, you know, the like God's the news channel of God. I have like God's fucking whiteboard, like fucking digital whiteboard fucking thingy, whatever the fuck you call it, the election touchscreen. Yeah.
Out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden,
the sounds
out of Erie,
are so
Pennsylvania, out of the solar system to the edges
I'm so
of our
glad they're
cosmos,
making content like this
where
again.
We see ultimately how meaningless this whole race really is and how insignificant.
Run that back.
Out of Erie.
That?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden, out of Erie, Pennsylvania, out of the solar system to the edges of our cosmos, where we see ultimately how meaningless this whole race really is and how insignificant all of our tiny little lives really are.
That is a big map. Thank you, Jason.
That is a big
Coming
map.
Up next, the Trump campaign is in full-on damage control after footage leaked of the candidate
really
being extremely rude.
Rude.
In perilous times of great uncertainty, across every corner of a helpless world filled with terror and lies, the truth will be shouted by the only cable news channel you can trust.
That's right.
This is news without mercy. This is the Onion News Network.
That's awesome. Dude, I fucking love The Onion. All right. Now, let's go to some lame, boring, fake news channels. Let's start off with Reuters' top 5 stories you absolutely must know today. Let's go. Number 1. Kamala Harris appeals to Christians and Arab Americans while Donald Trump embraces violent rhetoric. Number 2. Israel officially informs the UN of an end to relations with its Palestinian Relief Agency. Number 3. Moldova's pro-Western leader Maya Sandu claims election victory after allegations of meddling. Number 4. That jacket is crazy. Oh, dude, legend. That's right. Yo, American music supremo Quincy Jones dies at 91. Rest in peace, King. Rest in peace. Number 5, Chinese solar firms go where U.S. tariffs don't reach. You mean the tariffs will really only hurt American working class individuals who need cheap products, and the cheap products that have been largely available to them for most of their times, most of their days have been Chinese products? Like, you mean to tell me that China will probably be just fine? You know what I mean? Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's pretty interesting. All right, now, PBS
Today's
News Wrap.
other headlines start in eastern Spain, where heavy rain has battered Barcelona. It comes just days after...
Rain? Heavy rain coming back to Spain after they saw over 200 people die, and I think people are still missing, and they're still searching for people, if I'm not mistaken. And also, you saw the King of Spain touring an area that was, affected by the storms and the flooding, and they fucking chased him out of town. They fucking threw mud at his ass until he left. Dude.
Catastrophic floods pummeled the Valencia region down the coast, killing more than 200 people. The search for bodies continues there as frustration builds over the government's response. ITV Europe editor James Mates has this report.
Yeah, Emily.
Deep under a shopping centre in the suburbs of Valencia, the water is as deep as ever. This car park's still barely accessible to rescue workers.
Fuck,
in some
man.
places, only a canoe is good enough. It's in places like these that they fear many more victims are still to be found. Being caught in your car when the floods hit was often fatal. Finally now, but much too late, the full resources of the Spanish state are being deployed in the city. The anger here is that it took 5 days for the army and its heavy equipment to be on their streets in these sort of numbers. 7,800 are now at work here. What a difference it might have made to Valencians if they'd seen them the morning after the floods. Instead, they're not just desperate at the loss of almost everything.
Yo, Comatose, thank you for the 450 bits a little bit ago. I'm sorry I missed that. Thank you so much.
Yesterday afternoon, spattering them with clods of the mud that had invaded them.
It is ass.
We have to give them hope, the king said late last night. Give them hope and guarantee to them that the state in all its power is present. Almost unbelievably, it's still raining torrentially on Spain's Mediterranean coast. Barcelona airport partially.
Oof. That's, dude.
Evacuated today. Roads nearby turning into minor rivers, though nothing like as dangerous.
Oh God, that's so. You understand how bad this is? Do you understand? Like obviously, like everybody's affected here, but obviously, in the end, when the smoke clears, so to speak, like at the end of it all, the people who will have the hardest time rebounding will be the poor. Obviously, right? Like, let's not even get started on whatever like homeless population exists, you know, in these cities in Spain, like. But the point really that should make you, you know, realize how serious this is that it is not just touching the poor, right? This is a European nation. This is the global north. This is, you know, the imperial core. This is the first world, and rich people are having their cars like, you know, swept away, right? This is where we're at with climate change.
Some of the streets of Tarragona, south of Barcelona, are also awash. Back in Valencia, the search has moved downstream, not so much for survivors as for bodies in vehicles swept miles away.
How is that? I couldn't even tell that was a fucking... Is that a car?
Water. Nighttime infrared pictures show the moment a sniffer dog alerts its handlers to the presence of a possible victim along a riverbed. These searches could be going on for many days yet. Longer still, though, will be the anger and recrimination at both the lack of warning and lack of help. James Mates, ITV News.
In the Middle East, Israel says it's terminated a decades-old agreement that officially recognizes UNRWA, the UN agency providing aid and services to the Gaza Strip. That comes a week after Israel's legislature...
And I love how, like, I saw the state... Like, what a time to be alive, right? When you see the state of Israel purchasing advertising on, you know, twitter.com, the everything application, like forcing ads in front of your face that say, you know, that UNRWA is a terrorist organization, and UNRWA is also, like, I saw like their ad that they purchased that got pushed to me. I mean, I follow that account anyway, but still. Said that there are alternatives to UNRWA. Like, you don't need UNRWA. There's like the World Food Program and like other things. Like, they're listing off a bunch of other United Nations organizations, right? But it's like, do you seriously think that you're fooling anyone by saying that, like, oh, you don't need UNRWA, you could use any of these other organizations? When one, we know that UNRWA was largely responsible for distributing the aid from those other organizations, one, and two, we all know what you constantly are saying about the United Nations and about how the United Nations is biased against the state of Israel, which is fucking nonsense, right? Like, there's a bunch of anti-Semites in the UN, terrorist supporters in the UN. It's fucking so stupid. You're not fooling anyone. What they're doing is they're supplying talking points to people who are already going to be pro-Israel no matter what happens, right? And they're just justifying things as they go, as they come up. But like, nobody is like being further convinced by saying stupid shit like that. Because if you know anything about what's happening, you know that it is not just UNRWA, but like all aid organizations and the UN generally have been, the target of attacks by the IDF. Right? And if not the IDF, then, radical fucking right-wing settlers who are blocking, points of entry and destroying roads at points of entry and attacking convoys. It's so fucking...
Passed 2 laws that would sever ties with the agency and stop its operations there. Israel says the organization has been infiltrated by Hamas terrorists. UNRWA says it's purged any suspected Hamas from its ranks.
Like, they immediately fired everybody, right? They got rid of everybody who was like suspected, right? But then it ended up coming out that all of the accusations were unfounded. Right? And it sucks that you still have UNRWA like playing defense, saying like, listen, we got rid of all those people, even though there was no evidence that any of them were fucking Hamas or working with Hamas. There was no evidence of that, but we still fucking got rid of them, and they're still playing defense and like saying, like trying to convince people saying like, hey, we got rid of those people, like, please let us fucking continue our operations that are vital to keeping Palestinians alive.
Thanks. In the meantime, health officials in Gaza say today there are no emergency crews left in the north, where Israel has waged a renewed offensive for nearly a month.
There are no longer any ambulances in the northern Gaza Strip governorate to carry out the duty of transporting the injured. A large number of injured people are bleeding on the roads and in the places of various targets, and there are no civil defense or first aid crews to perform humanitarian duties and transport and provide the necessary medical assistance to them.
Separately, health officials in Lebanon say that more than 3,000 people have been killed during the last 13 months of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah. The Iran-backed group began firing rockets into northern Israel the day after the October 7th Hamas attacks on Israel. Last month, Israel began a ground invasion into Lebanon to target Hezbollah fighters there. Turning now to India, authorities say at least 36 people were killed when an overcrowded bus plunged into a gorge earlier today. The accident happened in the remote Almora district in the mountainous north of the country. Onlookers at the base of the 200-foot ravine watched as emergency crews pulled bodies from the wreckage and attended to the survivors. At least 20 people were injured, in addition to those killed. Officials say that the bus was poorly maintained and may have skidded before swerving off the road. Western leaders have welcomed the re-election of Moldova's pro-European president. Maya Sandu defeated a Russia-friendly opponent in a race that was marred by claims of Russian interference and voter fraud.
Russia-friendly. I love how it's just like the point of this nation is to just like get another vote in like the UN, like in the UN General Assembly. It's just like, it's like whenever you see the makeup of votes in the UN, it's always like every country in the world is voting one way, and then it's the United States, Israel, and Moldova that are voting another way. It is always that. And it's so insane that this island nation of Moldova is just like, it's just used as like an extra point for like the major players on the world stage. Wild. Yo, Lotaglots, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream. Shouts out Lotaglots. Please go follow Lotaglots. Very comfy, very cozy stream over there. Educational streamer, learning how to speak all kinds of languages. Very, very cool. Yo, Lavian Jesus. ZZZ. Thank you so much for 32 months. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hope you're doing good. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Tofu. We talk about the news. And we are just finishing up this PBS news wrap. Before that, we looked at the top 5 stories you need to know today from Reuters. and a few other things. We started off light with some fun stuff like Daily Dose of Internet and The Onion, and some new music that has come out recently. And after this, we're going to get into a bunch of news. ! Watching for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos we'll be watching this evening. Any articles we read, I'll share them as we go. But welcome in.
In a statement, U.S. President Joe Biden congratulated Sandu on her historic re-election, saying, quote, Russia sought to undermine Moldova's democratic institutions and election processes, but Russia failed. Sandu campaigned on a promise to push forward Moldova's candidacy for European Union membership. The country applied to join the EU shortly after Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022. The U.S. Supreme Court will take up a long-running dispute over redistricting in Louisiana involving 2 mostly black districts. The decision marks at least the 3rd time the justices will step into the battle over voting lines in the state. A lower court had invalidated the most recent map, saying it relies too heavily on race. But the justices allowed it to be used in this election cycle after civil rights groups appealed. The Supreme Court will hear arguments early next year, with a decision expected by the summer of 2025.
Louisiana is such a fucking hellhole, man.
In Ohio,
oh my God.
A white former police officer has been convicted of murder in the fatal shooting of an unarmed black man. A jury delivered the verdict to Adam Coy in a Columbus courtroom today. Coy had testified that he thought 47-year-old Andre Hill was holding a silver revolver when he shot him 4 times in a garage nearly 4 years ago. The object turned out to be keys. Coy faces at least 15 years in prison. His sentencing is set for later this month. On Wall Street today, stocks ended 50 points.
Stonks.
Election security experts warn about misinformation and militant groups trying to sow chaos. Tamara Keith and Amy Walter break down the latest.
Don't care.
The late music producer.
Rest in peace, Quincy Jones. Let's get into the democracy right motherfucking now, bitches.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org,
the War and Peace of the Presidency.
I'm
Amy Goodman. Look at this new, what is this? This is new. It's got like a thing. What is this? She looks like fucking a general, dude. General fucking Amy. She like commands like some random like rowdy bunch of rebels in the Star Wars universe, looking like this. You know what I mean? She's got a fucking laser fucking revolver on her fucking hip right now, looking like Han Solo or some shit. She commands me. Real.
President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are both headed to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania today on the final day of campaigning before Tuesday's election. Harris is scheduled to also hold 3 other events in Pennsylvania, in Scranton, in Allentown, and in Philadelphia.
At both.
Trump's
like,
also
I feel like it's like a missed opportunity if you're going to do multiple cities in one night, the night before the election. Like, it's like a super huge like missed opportunity for you to use the 3 different events as like 3 different speeches, right? To get out, because like, you know what I mean? Because it's a different crowd, but like the rest of the country and the world is watching this shit televised. You know, it's gonna be like fine for the people there present, no matter what your speech is. Like, but she used the same stump speech for every single thing. That's a lot of writing. Hello? You could afford it. So somebody, you could write 3 speeches.
Heading to Raleigh, North Carolina, Reading, Pennsylvania, and will end in Grand Rapids, Michigan tomorrow.
What was that?
More than 78 million voters have already cast their ballots. On Sunday, Trump held a rally in Lititz, Lancaster County, Pennsylvania, where he told supporters he shouldn't have left the White House after losing to Joe Biden 4 years ago.
We had the safest border in the history of our country the day that I left. I shouldn't have left. I mean, honestly.
I should have just stayed.
We did so well.
During the same rally, Trump also said he wouldn't mind if someone shot through a crowd of journalists covering his rally.
And to get me, somebody would have to shoot through the fake news. And I don't mind that so much.
Okay, he's really getting spicy, dude. He's really getting spicy, this one. Yesterday, I mean, what was it last week? It was like you know, talking about Liz Cheney and firing squads, and now he's like, ooh, spicy boy. Ooh. Yes, squatters' rights. They call it squatters' rights, folks. that would be next level. Oh shit.
I don't mind that.
Damn, dude, he loves that shit. He loves fucking just tiptoeing on that line, doing the double jack off dance on the line. You know what I mean? All the plausible deniability. Oh, man.
For months, pollsters have predicted the presidential race will come down to 7 battleground states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. But over the weekend, the most prominent pollster in Iowa and
Riverboat Jack with the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream. Welcome in. What's good? I'm Tofu. We talk about the news. How are you? I hope you had a lovely stream. Everybody go follow Riverboat Jack, please, if you don't already. Shouts out River Bojack. Hope you had a good stream. We are just now getting into the democracy now. We start off our stream with the headlines. But before that, we started off light and we do like new music videos and daily dose of internet and like the Onion's coverage, you know what I'm saying, of the fucking election. But we're at the tail end of our headlines portion of the stream, and then we're gonna get into more specific stuff around the election. And then I also have a couple articles for us to take a look-see at as well. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we have watched and will watch for the rest of the evening. I'll share the articles we read as we read them. Yeah, welcome in.
Meltzer released the Des Moines Register poll, which showed Harris has taken a shocking 3-point lead in Iowa, which Trump easily won in 2016 and 2020. The poll showed women voters have shifted heavily toward Harris in Iowa, where a 6-week abortion ban took effect in July. In related news, thousands took part in a women's march to the White House.
Like, I hope that that's the case, right? Like, I hope that all that last minute polling out of Iowa is the case, right? I'm really just saying to everybody, try not to get your hopes up one way or, you know what I mean? Try not to be super confident one way or the other, right? I watched, who was it that was watching it on their stream? Was it Caroline? Caroline Kwan was watching The Cube, like, the other night. And they like a theme that they say, like something that is said in that movie that's like a theme is like keep your head down and pay attention to the thing that's like right in front of you. You know what I'm saying? Like, try not to think too hard about like stuff like that right now, because I see a lot of people saying like, oh, I have, you know, that saying like last election and the election before that, like they lost sleep. I've seen some people in this chat saying that they can't sleep because they're worried. And like, remember that you're not going to know what the end of this election, the outcome of this election is tomorrow night. You're just like, you're not. It might be the next day. It might be a couple days. You know what I mean? Who knows? Just be ready for like your expectations to not be, you know what I mean? To, you know, to not have been met, right? Like expect your expectations to be like, you know, wrong, I guess, right? That's all I'm saying. And don't try not to stress out over it. And I like to say also too, I hope also that, you know, you were working, you know, you were voting down ballot, and that you pay a lot of attention to everything that is happening in your local elections at your state, at the state level, the county level, the city level, because unironically, those are way more important than any presidential election. If the one thing that you do every 4 years is cast a vote for the president, you're literally not doing shit politically. And I'm telling you this, like, you are not actually involved politically. If you would like to see a better world, you should get more involved politically. And the base of that is voting down ballot, right? You could go take that even further and join organizations, you know what I mean? Like help to unionize your workplace. You could do, you know, join mutual aid organizations, you know, stuff like that. If you want to take it even further, but like at the very least, you need to be voting for your city council person, your California, well, if you're in California, your state assembly person, your congressperson, your senator. Like, these are way, way, way more important than the presidency. Straight the fuck up. Especially if you're somebody like me who lives in California, where your vote really doesn't mean all too much, right? So it's like, if you're losing sleep over the presidential election, I would just ask you, did you do the work that you needed to do locally? You know, are you familiar with all of the bills and the propositions and the direct ballot initiatives that are happening at the local level? Like, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, anyways, let's get back into the news.
On Saturday.
We got to stand up for democracy. We have to stand up for a woman's right to have control over her body, control over her life. Women's rights are human rights. And we were back in the hallways. I'm a 77-year-old woman. I remember when women were crying and carrying on with coat hangers and other kinds of means to save their lives.
Top United Nations officials are warning again the entire Palestinian.
Hell yeah! If your local DSA is cool, that's sick. And you know, whatever organizations, you know, that you have access to that are, you know, doing stuff like on the ground where you're at, you know, join them. If they're not perfect, you know, join them anyway and make them better. Yeah.
Population in North Gaza is, quote, at imminent risk of dying from disease, famine, and violence. In a warning issued on Friday, the heads of 15 humanitarian groups wrote, quote, the situation unfolding in North Gaza is apocalyptic. The area has been under siege for almost a month, denied basic aid and life-saving supplies, while bombardment and other attacks continue, unquote. According to UNICEF, Israeli attacks killed more than 50 children over a 48-hour period this weekend in the Jabalia.
Absolutely, Comatose, and it's understandable that, like, you may not know. Like, most people don't only think or only hear anything about these major, like the presidential elections, for example, and you may not even know because it's hard to, you don't even know where to begin. And I understand, I totally get it, and that's why I like to talk about what is happening at the local level here in California and in Los Angeles. That's why Cinemarxism also does the same. That's why we, sometimes we talk about LA stuff together. It's like, obviously that doesn't apply to your city if you're not in Los Angeles, if you're not in California, but hopefully it gives you an idea of how other people do it where they're at. Right? Like you could start out with, like, who is what district are you in your city, right? Who is your city council person, right? Start there and then look up what their politics are, right? Like, and also, like, is wherever you work, is it unionized? Like, I mean, there are so many other things that you could do. Like, look, are there any organizations that are, like, doing homeless outreach near you? Or is there any, like, any food programs? Like, literally, there are a million ways to start. So I know that places to start, but I know that can be overwhelming. But yeah, just, it's really just like ripping the Band-Aid off,
Refugee camp.
But I totally get where you're coming from.
Forces shelled the Kamal Adwan hospital. The hospital's director said multiple children were injured when the Israeli shells struck the pediatric ward and nursery. Israel's also accused of attacking a polio vaccination center in Gaza City, injuring at least 4 children. On Friday, an Israeli airstrike killed Palestinian photojournalist Bilal Mohammed Rajab, bringing the death toll of journalists killed in Gaza to as high as 183 over the last 13 months.
More journalists than in any other modern
conflict. The humanitarian situation will soon worsen in Gaza as Israel's officially notified the United Nations that it has cut off ties to UNRWA, the UN Agency for Palestine Refugees. The head of the World Health Organization, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, condemned Israel's move.
This ban will not make Israel safer
it will only deepen the suffering of the people of Gaza and increase the risk of disease outbreaks.
On Friday, the Pentagon announced new deployments to the Middle East, including B-52 long-range bombers and ballistic missile defense destroyers.
B-52s still operate? I didn't even know that B-52s were still like a...
In a statement, the Pentagon said the move was done in part for the, quote, defense of Israel, unquote. Meanwhile, on Capitol Hill, a group of progressive lawmakers led by Rashida Tlaib and Cori Bush have sent President Biden a letter warning the growing U.S. involvement in regional wars in the Middle East has not been authorized by Congress. The lawmakers wrote, quote, these destructive wars must end, as must
bring back
any unauthorized
the congressional
US
war powers
in them, they wrote.
By the way, on that, you know who supports bringing back the congressional war powers, returning the war powers back to Congress? You know who supports that? The one person who is seeing AIPAC money getting put in their race against them across the nation in the general election is David Kim in Los Angeles. District 34? Fuck, I always get them mixed up. District, is it 30? Fuck. I always fucking forget. It is. If you're in District 34 in Los Angeles, remember that your congressional race for District 34 is the only race across the entire United States that has that AIPAC has put money into, right? They've invested money into Jimmy Gomez, which is the incumbent, right? David Kim is seeking to unseat him. If you're in LA, 34th district, you have the opportunity to vote for somebody who would essentially be would be the next member of the squad in the Congress, right? Like, you actually have the opportunity to put an actually progressive person into office who has a progressive foreign policy too, on top of domestic policy, which is largely missing from so many progressives overall, policy platforms. Usually it's like, oh, they have some good domestic policies, that are like pro-working class mildly and whatever. And they, they're good on like social issues, but they like, love the military industrial complex. They fucking love it and or love Israel. You know what I'm saying? Like, David Kim is really, really good on foreign policy. So if you're in the 34th district in Los Angeles, please.
Here in New York City, protesters took to the streets Saturday to demand no votes for genocide. Protesters decried both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump for supporting Israel's war on Gaza and refusing to back an arms embargo on Israel. Participants at the protest included Claudia de la Cruz, who's running for president on the Party for Socialism and Liberation ticket.
We are here to remind the capitalist state that there is an entire movement of
oh damn, her keffiyeh is red, green, and gold. That's kind of hard.
Thousands of people all across this country that has been demanding a ceasefire, that has been demanding an arms embargo, that has been demanding an end to the expansion of genocide and war in the Middle East, and that we have not been heard, we have not been considered, and in that same way we will engage in our political right not to engage with a two-party system that continuously insists on paying for and bombing babies across the Middle East.
Meanwhile, in London, pro-Palestinian protesters held a symbolic...
So, like, how come I never heard of her until I opened my mail-in ballot? Well, I mean, because of the news that you might, read. There's a lot of reasons that might be spork of death. But, there's a lot of... There are, yeah, and Zyram's not wrong, right? Like, I would mostly leave it at this. Like, the best way to kind of just like sum it all up is that the PSL, the Party for Socialism and Liberation, which I really like, doesn't have money. They don't have money. They need money. Right? like the Green Party does better, you know, money-wise, because they've been around for longer. They have more name recognition. So they have that going for them, which gets Jill Stein at like 1% sometimes, like here and there. But you don't hear shit about Claudia. You don't hear shit about PSL, you know, because like they just have even less money and even, you know, on top of it, less name recognition than, you know, even something as small as like the Green Party, which a lot of people, even that, they don't even know that that is a thing, right? Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of reasons why you might not have known who Claudia is till now. But yeah.
Ryan in front of the British Prime Minister's office Saturday. In Spain, King Felipe, Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, and other officials were met with furious crowds as they toured.
Bro, you're a king. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you deserve all the mud slinged in your fucking face. Like, y'all are 5 days late. How many people are still missing? Dude. Yeah.
Flood-stricken Valencia region, where at least 214 people died last week. Locals threw mud at the king and his entourage and shouted out, "Killer, shame, and you abandon us."
Like, bro, you're a king. Like, I would, like, honestly, you have some fucking gall, like, showing up. Like, I just wouldn't, you know what I mean? If I was a king, you know, I wouldn't visit a place where people are fucking suffering. And, you know, like, that's insane.
It's mounting public outrage.
Like, you think that that's supposed to make them feel better? The fuck are you doing here? Like, there's like hundreds of people dead. Like, what the fuck?
For the delayed warnings before the disaster and the slow delivery of aid in the flood's wake. In Colombia, the UN Biodiversity Summit, known as COP16, ended without a much sought-after agreement on funding by wealthy countries. Greenpeace International said, quote, "The world has lost 5 to 10% of all insect species in the last 150 years. There will be no way out of this terrifying biodiversity."
We've talked about this actually, like recently, like last week. We talked about like how fucked it is that so much of the overall like the worldwide bug population is dying out. This is something that is just completely not talked about at all, really.
Crisis if global north countries continue to put money above life on our planet, they said. Negotiators from smaller countries said they had to abandon talks after they stretched past the official end of the summit because they could not afford to change their flight plans. But some good news emerged from the summit as well, including a measure
Mr. Malachite, that's
a permanent
awesome.
indigenous consulting body at the UN to weigh in on conservation issues. This is Camila Paz-Romero.
I'm really glad I get to vote to re-elect my representative who has had a public statement supporting a ceasefire since 2023. Feels good to not have to compromise on a House race. That is unironically so much more important than your vote for president, right? Like, if you're somebody who, you know, the genocide in Gaza is a big issue to you, like what Mr. Malachite is saying, that's huge. Awesome.
Spokesperson for Indigenous Peoples at the summit.
Esta es una ocasión sin precedentes. This is an unprecedented event in the history of multilateral agreements on the environment. The indigenous groups and the local communities of the world are connected through our knowledge systems on how to take care of life and biodiversity. Let's remember the long way we have advanced with this agreement. This new subsidiary organ is an example for the rest of the world. In it, the different parties recognize the constant need for our complete and effective participation.
Environmentalists also welcome progress on the Global Oceans Treaty, which groups hope will be ratified by June 2025, as well as a new measure for drug companies to share profits from products based on genetic data derived from nature. Moldova's EU-aligned president, Maia Sandu, has won a second term following a runoff vote, which pitted the incumbent against a pro-Moscow opponent. Sandu's national security advisor accused Russia of massive interference. This is President Sandu at her victory speech.
Moldova has been under an unprecedented attack in the history of all Europe. dirty money, illegal vote buying, the interference in electoral processes by hostile forces from outside the country and by criminal groups, lies, sowing hatred and fear within our society. Our people have united, and freedom and the citizens have won. Peace and hope for a better life have prevailed.
Meanwhile, in the Republic of Georgia, prosecutors are investigating allegations of election fraud against President Salome Zurabishvili, refused last week to recognize the parliamentary election victory of the ruling Georgian Dream Party. She accuses Georgian Dream of using Russian-style tactics and propaganda to rig the elections. The EU has suspended Georgia's EU membership process over its foreign influence law passed in June, which critics say is modeled after Russian laws. The Sudanese Doctors Union says fighters for the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces raped at least 47 people, including 3 minors in the eastern Al Jazeera state, as part of a retaliation campaign against the Sudanese army. An 11-year-old girl died from her bleeding. This comes amidst a spate of recent reports on widespread sexual assault as the devastating civil war in Sudan rages on. A UN report has accused militia fighters of using rape as part of a genocidal campaign in Darfur to eliminate non-Arab ethnic groups like the Masalit. One survivor said her attacker told her, quote, "We will make you give birth to Arab children." Aid groups are reporting an increase in suicides among rape survivors and women who fear being raped. And news from Puerto Rico, an estimated 50,000 people attended a rally Sunday organized by the center-left coalition known as Alianza, or Alliance, ahead of Tuesday's election. The third-party coalition has gained momentum, with Puerto Rican voters disaffected with the two main parties over corruption scandals, austerity policies, and the disastrous privatization of the electrical grid. Alianza's gubernatorial candidate, Juan Dalmau.
Yeah, the disastrous privatization of the electrical grid. Like, who... God, who do you have to fucking think for that?
Address the crowd.
Nosotros como pueblo en los últimos 55 años.
As a people, during the last 55 years, we've suffered the consequences of the bipartisan red and blue, of a leadership which betrayed the faith that many Puerto Ricans had on them. Our moment to reclaim this country has arrived, to reclaim the government as ours.
This is Puerto Rican music superstar Bad Bunny, who also performed at the event.
En 2 días, truene, llueva y lampaguee.
In 2 days, whether there's thunder, rain, or lightning, nothing will stop us from making history. I will never forget how the government abandoned us during the hurricane. This November 5th, this Tuesday, November 5th, we are going to be the storm, and there's nobody who can save them.
Damn,
Bad Bunny
the storm
and
is coming.
Puerto
We
Rican
are the
celebrities
storm.
like Fat Joe, who will be appearing with Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania today. Recently,
who the fuck is Fat Joe's vote supposed to get? Yo, Fat Joe. Fuck, you know what? I might fucking vote for Kamala actually now. That's Fat Joe.
through their support behind Harris after a conservative
what year is it?
At Trump's Madison Square Garden rally called Puerto Rico an island of garbage. In Kentucky, a jury found former police officer Brett Hankison guilty of using excessive force and violating the civil rights of Breonna Taylor during the raid that killed Taylor inside her own home in 2020. Taylor was a black 26-year-old emergency technician. It's the first conviction of any of the Louisville police officers involved in the botched raid. A judge will sentence Hankison on March 12th, just one day ahead of the 5-year anniversary of Breonna Taylor's death. He faces a
Get fucked. But here's the thing. Like, we live in the world we live in, like, when I hear that usually I'm like, okay, cool, but now let's wait for a conviction. And then when we get a conviction, I'm like, okay, cool, but remember that these motherfuckers are definitely gonna appeal. They do, and sometimes they end up fucking getting out of shit. We've seen. Which is like good. There's a conviction, right? But other cops in the Breonna Taylor story have gotten out scot-free, right? And so, like, remember that there's plenty of fucking people with money who are definitely down to try to get these cops out of jail, right? And to, you know, get them exonerated and to, you know, to appeal.
Maximum sentence of life in prison. And the musical icon Quincy Jones has died at the age of 91. During a 7-decade career, the trailblazing producer, arranger, and performer won 28 Grammys and helped transform the sound of popular music.
Is that
from
Jackie
producing
Chan?
Michael Jackson's Thriller to overseeing the all-star recording of
That's such a legendary photo.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!
Okay,
Democracy.
We Are the World was like the worst thing, okay? Like Quincy Jones is a part of so much music for so long, and the thing that is mentioned is We Are the World. Please.
Now.org, War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman.
That's actually really fucking funny. That's actually really funny. Of all the things. We are the world. That's crazy. There's so many things. Anyway, all right. The ads are gonna run in, let's see, 9 minutes. Let's do the ads now, and then we'll come back and get straight into the news. First off, chat, we're gonna take a look at this story while I have Angelinos still awake from lapublicpress.org. A $900 campaign donation to an LA politician, then a $55 million deal. This is going to be about Kevin De Leon, who is also somebody that you should be voting against. If you are in Kevin De Leon's district in Los Angeles, you should be voting for Isabel Jurado. But we're gonna take a look at this, and then from there, I don't know anything about the peanut thing. Like, I've been seeing people talk about peanut, but I don't know anything about it. Like, a squirrel died is all I know. But that's all I know is that there was a squirrel and then it's dead, and now everybody's freaking out for some reason. So I want to learn what the fuck this is about. I'm gonna look at Taylor Lorenz's piece on it. It's just 10 minutes, so we'll look at that, and then we'll get into other election shit. We'll look at security fences being installed in Washington, D.C. We're going to look at Trumpy boy making his final pitch. We're going to look at Kamala Harris making her final pitch. We're going to look at the legal challenges that could prolong or disrupt the election. We're going to look at, we're going to break down the paths to electoral college victory for both candidates. We're going to hear what Cubans and Puerto Ricans have to say about the U.S. presidential election. We're going to look at what Israelis have to say about the U.S. presidential election. We're going to look at what Palestinians have to say about the U.S. What's it called? Fucking election. We're going to look at this interview here on Democracy Now! With Dearborn Mayor Abdullah Hammoud on refusing a meeting with Donald Trump and also not endorsing Kamala Harris. And then from there, we'll get into some international news. Exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist. I'll share whatever articles we read as we go over them. But first, chat, before we continue on and get into the news, we have to run an ad break, okay? Since it's been about an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry, though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel, you're feeling generous today, and you have the means to maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to even more super top secret, super exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, and to also help me, your favorite streamer of all time, get closer to achieving Partner Plus, which would give me a 70-30 split of all the money you also generously give to me every month. That would be a life-changing amount of money. So if you have the means to, and you'd like to help out with that, that's a great way to do so. But if you would like to help me out, but also at the same time help out one of your buddies in the community, you can do that by gifting subs to the community. If you are one of those unsubbed chatters in the chat, make sure to say hi in the chat, throw some emotes in the chat, or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. We are just starting the night off at 2 out of 25 for the daily sub goal chat. If you want to hang out and do some fun reacts, some comfy reacts after the news is done, and you want to extend the stream for a little bit and just hang out and unwind with the community, let's hit that sub goal and lock in so that we can lock in comfy content. You can also throw bits or a dono my way, $3 specifically for TTS message. If I'm ignoring your chats and you just are dying for me to read your take, you can force me to pay attention to you for the low price of $3. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right, we're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through the ads. If you had to sit through some ads, thanks for doing that. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But speaking of supporting the stream, oh my fucking goodness gracious. Calm Like a Tom, you absolute legend. Thank you so much for gifting to Rain Beastie and then gifting 20 community gift subs. If you got a sub, please make sure to thank the person that gifted you. Also, K8-bit, thank you for the 200 bits. Johnny Cornflake, thank you for the 100 bits. And Ray K, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. I hope you had a lovely stream. Everybody, please go follow Ray K as well. And Anonymous, also, thank you so much for gifting to Akami Quinoa Club. I really appreciate that. We're literally now, because of you, only one sub away from hitting the sub goal and locking in comfy content for after the stream. Holy shit, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you, Calm Like a Tom. That is very, 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 very generous. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Have you heard of Nithya Ramen? Of course I have. I'm from Los Angeles. And Nithya Ramen is one of those examples of people who run on a really progressive policy platform, but then don't end up really delivering on those progressive policies once they're in office, which is a very disappointing common theme in Los Angeles. Yo, Little Bear, wait, with the tier 3, holy shit, Little Bear, thank you so much. Tier 3 for 15 whole months. I really appreciate it. Also, if you don't follow Little Bear, what the frick? Let me also shout out Ray K. I don't remember if I did shout out Ray K. You've been tier 3, you're so awesome. I really appreciate that. Shouts out Ray K, thank you for the raid, and also shouts out Little Bear. Little Bear is the coolest, comfiest stream around. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Oh, and Durang Dang, thank you so much for gifting to Vibrator. Yo, Kate Bit, thank you so much for gifting to Mikey Masu. How come we're not in a hype train? Are we in a hype train and I just don't see it? I really appreciate it, you guys. Holy shit, we have officially surpassed the sub goal, meaning that we are locked in for comfy content after the news is done. I really appreciate it, you guys. Thank you. Yo, it's Sade. Thank you so much for the 28 months of Prime. I really appreciate it. Listen, we may not be in a hype train, but listen, when chat's out here doing praxis, you gotta hit them with it. Thank you so much.
You promised.
Thank you.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping on this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have the knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but
yo, Vibrator with 100 titty bitties, I appreciate it. Thank you.
I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have the knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. I don't worship idols, man, that shit just be so corny. I be with the masses cause the rich just be so boring. I be on the internet whenever I feel lonely, and I'd rather feel like Che Guevara than ever be Tony. Tell my mama when I grow up, sorry I'm a communist. Take a flight to Cuba, roll a blunt right in that bit. All up in Jamaica, swear you need to see this shit. She don't wear no makeup, wanna give me all of it. We should take like all of it, we should take like all of it. Careful who you
Punky got with 100 biddies, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
For the AK like a Soviet. Said I get her high like some opiates. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping
yo, Salvage with the gifty to US Steve. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking.
Marxism with the 5-bomb. Oh, you legend. Thank you so much, King. Thank you.
You know you need to practice. Red book on my lap, you can never catch
also
me
follow,
lacking.
if you don't already follow Cinemarxism, please go follow Cinemarxism. Do it. Yo, silly girl with the 300 titty bitties, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. You guys are so awesome. Giving Lil B vibes. It's like the communist. He's like the communist Lil B. You could say that. Yo, Chelsea victory. Did you know? But literally no one has ever said that, Chelsea. No one has ever said that. That is not a thing. Okay? Thank you for the 31 months. I appreciate you. Good to see you. Hope you've been well. Thank you. Let's get back into the news chat. I really appreciate all the support. Thanks for destroying the sub goal today. First, damn. W. Let's get into the news. While I still have some Angelinos awake, Cinemarxism being in the chat is a good sign. Let's talk about this from the Los Angeles Public Press and about Kevin De Leon. Okay, let's get into it. A $900 campaign donation to an LA politician, then a $55 million deal. At the end of a nearly 4-hour-long council meeting last November, Los Angeles City Council member Kevin De Leon stood up to acknowledge what he said might have otherwise been seen as just a standard agenda item, but he assured the council that it is not. De Leon proceeded to ask the council to initiate a multi-million-dollar lease with the private owner of 9.43 acres of industrial property in his council district. The land, he said, would be used to house some city sanitation operations, and if approved, the contract would give crews the ability to increase the number of encampment sweeps they conduct each week in each council district. Kind of fucking cringe, chat. Kind of fucking cringe, if you ask me. Up to 5 days from just 2 days, according to a city report. De Leon thanked city staffers who helped pull the deal together. He also thanked someone who works for the property's owner. Thank you to David, De Leon said. Thank you, my friend, very much. The council then voted 14-0 to move forward with that lease agreement with JC South Central, a subsidiary of Young's Holdings Incorporated, an Aliso Viejo-based parent company of wine and spirit and real estate businesses. The next day, David Solomon, president of real estate and alternative investments at Young's Holdings, donated $900 to De Leon's re-election campaign. In May, he made another $900 donation. Then, in July, Solomon signed the 15-year, $55 million lease agreement. Sean McMorris, an ethics expert with California Common Cause, said those donations, based on the information available to him, appear to violate California's Levine Act, a law that prohibits donors from making contributions of more than $250 to political campaigns when they have an issue under consideration by lawmakers during the 12 months before a decision is made, as well as the 12 months after. This is literally just the most classic Los Angeles City Council member fucking behavior ever. Okay, taking money from business, from some business, and then surprising to no one, but just magically out of nowhere, entering into like multi-million-dollar deals with these companies who have been very supportive of their campaigns. It's just very, very, very fucking common behavior. Midnight Dine, thank you so much for gifting to Copioid Crisis. I appreciate it. Thank you. Where were we? In the eyes of the public, that's pay to play, McMorris said. I mean, yes. In the eyes of the public, in the eyes of God, fucking yes. Yes. That's called corruption. Yeah. Laws like the Levine Act, he said, were designed to prevent people from, quote, greasing the palms of elected officials to get approval on projects or issues that benefit them, McMorris said. The city of Los Angeles has its own rules that bar donations from principals of companies when they seek contracts above $100,000 and for 12 months after that contract is signed. The donation by Solomon a day after the vote, which McMorris described as, quote, particularly egregious, seems to add to a growing pile of complaints and accusations filed against De Leon for alleged campaign finance law violations. There are many. A representative for De Leon's campaign did not respond to a request for comment Friday, but on October 30th, his campaign returned Solomon's second donation from May 3rd, the latest filing show. It was also on October 30th that his campaign was notified by the state's watchdog agency, Fair Political Practices Commission, the FPPC, that other donations to De Leon were under investigation, according to the agency's documents. Jeez, man. It sounds like you got a lot going on there, right? Why would you want to vote for this guy? Based on records released to LA Public Press by the FPPC, 2 additional complaints from the general public have been added to the FPPC's laundered campaign contributions case, which it started investigating in April. That FPPC case involves World Harvest Charities and Family Services, a food distribution group with a $1.9 million contract with De Leon's office. The group conducts monthly food giveaways for De Leon, who regularly highlights those distributions on the 14th Council District Instagram account. Employees of that nonprofit have given De Leon contributions in his primary and general elections several times. Yikes. Jamie York, a Reseda resident and former political fundraiser who discovered the Youngs' holdings, donation, and contract information using public information available on city websites, has filed several complaints of more such donations since the Los Angeles Times reported on the initial FPPC investigation into the donations by the employees of World Harvest. York said she quit her job as a fundraiser partly because of what she saw as a pervasive culture of money influencing politics. I think that Kevin saw pending matters in his district as a fundraising opportunity, and that is fundamentally a wrong and corrupt way to view public service, she said, explaining that she feels this way because she has, quote, witnessed it firsthand where politicians view those with an item pending in their district as owing them something. Yeah. In the primary and general elections, De Leon has raised more than his opponent, tenant rights attorney Isabel Jurado, who you should vote for if this is your district. Isabel Jurado bringing in $833,310 as of October 30th. The large volume of donations come even as he continues to fend off the ballot of his involvement to fend off the fallout, of his involvement in a secretly recorded conversation where he and 3 other then powerful people in the city schemed ways to rig district lines in their favor while also engaging in racist and homophobic banter. Reminder that Joe Brandon called on all of them to resign, and they all did except for Kevin De Leon. That audio, known as the Fed tapes, after the office of the Los Angeles County Federation of Labor recorded De Leon comparing a fellow council member's black child to a handbag. Yeah. Disgusting. The tapes prompted fellow council members and others, including President Brandon, right here, President Joseph Brandon, to call on De Leon to resign. And De Leon was trounced in the primary by his now runoff opponent, Jurado. 2 powerful groups in LA politics, the LA County Democratic Party and the County Federation of Labor, which typically endorse the incumbent, backed Jurado instead. Jurado's campaign, which has frequently referenced the 14th district's history of corrupt behavior among his political representatives, has pointed to her opponent as a continuation of that legacy, which is just true. She responded to the donations that were made by people who then inked contracts or got an issue approved with the city as the, quote, latest chapter in my opponent's long history of questionable ethics, corruption, and pay-to-play politics. Yes. She said that, quote, his actions don't just betray the 14th Council District, they jeopardize the city's ability to function, putting personal gain over public good. True. Update 2 p.m. 11/4/2024. Since the story was posted, LA Public Press has learned that watchdog group Unrig LA is seeking City Ethics Commission action on, quote, at least 10 instances in which they believe De Leon voted and participated on issues in which he has a conflict of interest during his first year in office. In a letter sent to the Ethics Commission last Friday, November 1st, 2024, Rob Kwan of Unrig LA writes that the instances include ones in which De Leon was, quote, the leading elected official on the matter. At a March 18th, 2021 meeting, De Leon chaired a meeting on the LA Justice Fund. At that meeting, 2 former clients of De Leon's, California Community Foundation and the University of Southern California, gave presentations, according to the letter, and he later successfully advocated for the overall funding for the LA Justice Fund to be increased. He later also introduced and voted on a motion to continue the California Community Foundation's contract with the city. De Leon also voted on the historical designation of a building owned by AIDS Healthcare Foundation, which is a fiscal sponsor of Healthy Housing Foundation, another of De Leon's former clients. Do you see how this works? It's all purely transactional. Purely transactional. Do you want something done? Are you an organization that needs something done? Are you a private business that wants a contract with the city? Just like, you know, support any of his foundations. So, you know, donate money to his campaign. You know, it's pay to play. This is very, very, very fucking normal in a country where, you know, we do not have publicly funded elections. This is something to be expected. And despite all whatever regulation does exist at the federal level and, you know, on a more local level, like here in LA, there are ways around it. There are all kinds of loopholes. And there's all kinds of shady backroom deals that are done to avoid any sort of accountability. And also, not to mention that, like, a lot of the oversight, mechanisms that do exist in LA and in California are like woefully inadequate. Or, for example, like there's like cops that sit on like the oversight committees for police, as a you know, an example for you. Unrig LA's letter is a precursor to a lawsuit that could be filed by an LA resident against the person who they believe is in violation of the city's conflict of interest laws. In the event the Ethics Commission declines starting action on the matter within 40 days. De Leon's office has not yet responded to LA Public Press's request for comment sent earlier on Monday, nor has the campaign responded to Friday's request. Yeah. Corruption, baby. Pay to play politics, baby. Here is that article from Los Angeles Public Press. If you are in Kevin De Leon's district, please fucking vote his ass out. But KDL ran against Dianne Feinstein for Senate. Doesn't that mean he has a strong progressive / leftist fighting against institutional power? Asks Jaina Splinters in the chat. Yeah, you might think that. You know, and he also sought the DSA's, the District of Attorney, the Democratic Socialists of of America, Los Angeles branch, their endorsement. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Do you see how, like, that's something that happens a lot also, which is, something to always be wary of, is that a lot of times people will run on progressive aesthetics because progressives policies are very popular in Los Angeles. Go figure. But then once they get in there, they tend to switch up, look no further than, past DSALA, endorsements in the city council, for example. But yeah, which is, listen, we need to get Isabel Jurado in there and get Kevin De Leon out. And then once Isabel Jurado is in there, we need to hold her accountable to the policies that she ran on, which are pretty fucking good. I've learned so much. Okay, Tofu, I will not vote for KTL. Okay, all the way from Minneapolis. That's a W, huge W. They call that the Fetterman. Yeah. All right, there's the article for you in the chat. Do I need to learn about Peanut, chat? Because I don't know anything about Peanut. Like, do I actually care? It's only 10 to 12 minutes from Taylor Lorenz from her outlet User Mag. Like, do I need to know? It's too late. Well, too late. Well, how? Nah, Peanut worked. Yes, because it'll be funny. I essay posted about him earlier. Peanut worked with only feats? What? First off, what the fuck is only feats? And Peanut is a fucking squirrel. What are we talking about right now? Yeah, I don't know. I've just been hearing so much about Peanut and why, and it's like a big deal. And I just never knew, I never looked into why, the House Judiciary is saying justice for Peanut. I can't help but feel like it's just another manifestation of what it's like to be a Republican, essentially in a world where you have, in a universe where you don't actually know what's going on, right? And so since you don't actually know what's going on, you don't actually have any sort of real policy policies that you champion that are like based in reality, right? So like when that is the case, things like a squirrel dying, I don't know, well, I just know a squirrel died, that's all I know, like are become like the rallying cries. Because I've seen so many unironic, like, we gotta do this for fucking Peanut type fucking beat, like Twitter posts and shit. Like, what are you doing for Peanut? Why do you have to do it for Peanut? Like, don't you motherfuckers like hunting and shit? Like, I don't like, do you actually care about Peanut? I don't understand. Like, y'all actually care about this shit? It feels like seeing like the quartering, for example, like responding to Kamala Harris's Twitter post about like legalizing recreational marijuana and being like, actually, you know, you locked up people for weed. But it's like, but you're a conservative. I mean, sure, but like, you're a conservative. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You don't, but you want people to go to jail for weed. Like, what? You're a conservative. What? Like, Donald Trump, if that's your guy, assuming that that's your guy, right? Donald Trump literally wants same-day trials and same-day executions. He wants death penalty firing squads for drug dealers. That would include marijuana, fucking people who sell marijuana in states that are where, you know, where marijuana is not legal. Like, what is your deal? You guys are so weird. They're truly, I don't like to apply the S word because, you know, chat has convinced me to stop using the S word, but they love Delulu posting on Maine. His right-wing sex worker owner is the only intriguing part. Right-wing sex worker. Wait, his owner is on OnlyFeed? Oh, is that where that came from? So his owner is like a sex worker? I don't give a shit. That's like the least. What the fuck? Fuck, that's like, it's pretty much, you might as well have just told me he's a fucking, you know, he is an accountant or some shit. Like, he's a cashier at a retail store. That's, you're like, whoa. Oh, that's the S word. I was praying that it wasn't stupid. I thought the S word was stupid. Yeah, no, mega technics gets it. I mean, I don't know. It's like, a lot of people use it. I just like, chat has convinced me that like, it's not, there are better words to use better words. But sometimes it feels like the only word sometimes it feels like the only the only way to describe some things. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? That was my biggest like when chat initially started trying to get me to stop saying it. That was my my initial pushback was like, sometimes like I don't know how else to explain things except for that way, you know? And I sometimes still feel that way. And I'm like, dude, as someone with a schizoaffective disorder, I appreciate it. Listen, yeah, that's why I do it, is because, like, you know, like, unironically, like, not all schizophrenic people are fucking people who deal with schizophrenia are fucking weirdos, right? Like, so I try not to. I think delusional does the trick. Yeah, I will say that it doesn't hit the same way, but like the reason why it doesn't hit is because like it needs to be more offensive, and then that's like the whole, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know, I can just think of better words. I don't need to be like edgy or offensive just for the sake of it, you know? It's not a big deal. Anyway, so I guess I don't really care about Peanut. So what I've gathered is that I don't need to learn about Peanut because it's not that big of a deal. Anyways, that being the case, let's just get straight into fucking election shit. Let's do it. Security fences installed in Washington, D.C. ahead of election day. Normal country. Totally normal shit, right? Like where you're like everybody preparing for election day. Like businesses should not be boarding up their windows in preparation for an election. That's not the sign of a healthy society. You know, do you think it will be a boy election or a girl election? I'm feeling pretty, you know, non-gender conforming on that front right now, to be honest.
Woo!
Woo! So Trump? Is that what you gathered from that? Broadway baby with the fresh tier 1. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. That helps out a lot. I think he is the most gender non-conforming. Okay. Wait, why are they blocking? Oh, those are the bases. That's the base for the fence thing. I thought they were blocking the manholes. I was like, bro, what the fuck? What's gonna come out of the manholes? That's some fucking zombie apocalypse shit to be boarding up the manholes. The fucking turtles, dude. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, dude. They're too radical. That was horrible. Getting ready, dude, for some democracy. Look at this. Gotta get ready for all that democracy that's about to go down tomorrow. Holy shit. Oh man, totally normal, totally healthy country. Hey, yo. All right, let's hear from Trumpy boy. Let's hear his final pitch to the voters.
Hello, beautiful, beautiful.
I'm sold. Hello, beautiful. Hello, you beautiful. Come here, kiss me, America.
Hello, beautiful, beautiful North Carolina.
Fuck, you're so sexy, North Carolina.
This is really the end of a journey.
If I wasn't married to North Carolina.
That's the one we've wanted to partake in, which is basically to make America great again. And now we'll have a chance to do it after today. Hopefully, everything will work out well. We're way leading. All we have to do is close it out.
We're way leading.
If we get our...
That's actually not true. It's actually pretty close. Like there's like there's like these polls out of Iowa and stuff like that are showing Kamala Harris like in a much more positive light. I think that represents that, just the fact that that represents where we've kind of been with this, despite all of the ups and downs of polling throughout the past weeks. Like, it's a pretty fucking close race with fucking Kamala like slightly out ahead. Like, I think that we've kind of been in that position this entire time. You know what I mean? But like the drama and the spectacle of the 24-hour news cycle has kind of like, kind of forces us to like stare at numbers day in and day out as if it fucking really is indicative of anything at all. I don't know.
There's nothing they can do. So essentially, they have an expression. I hate the expression actually, but it's ours to lose. Does that make sense to you? It's ours to lose. If we get everybody out and vote, there's not a thing they can do. And if we don't, they have to get every person that ever signed anything in that horrendously dangerous party that's going to destroy our country. And it already is destroying our country. We just can't let that happen. We cannot let that happen. So here's my only purpose
good night, Jaina.
Being here today. Get out and vote. You know that.
Get out and vote. You gotta do it. All right, let's hear from Mamala. Harris makes closing pitch.
This year has been difficult.
Harris makes closing pitch at Michigan rally, vows to end conflict in Gaza if elected.
And the scale of death and destruction in Gaza, and given the civilian casualties and displacement in Lebanon, it is devastating. And as president, I will do everything in my power.
Everything? Because like there's one thing that needs to be done, right? Because there's only one thing that hasn't been done that is the thing that needs to be done, right? There's like one point of leverage that exists over Israel. There is one entity that has exactly one point of leverage over the rogue apartheid state of Israel, and that is weapons shipments and billions of dollars of funding, okay, from the United States. So if you're gonna do everything in your power, it would be that you did the one thing that can stop Israel from expanding its conflict, from expanding its onslaught of the entire region. It's one thing, and it's an arms embargo. Like, if you're not specifically saying that, then it sounds like a lot of what we've been getting this entire time, and not an actual like move to signal to not an actual move that they are not actually signaling in a different way than they have been the past however long it's been since Joe Brandon dropped out of the race.
Power to end the war in Gaza.
There's one thing that needs to be done.
To bring home the hostages, end the suffering in Gaza, ensure Israel is secure, and ensure the Palestinian people can realize their rights.
Well, Donald sure wants the Palestinians dead. Okay. That doesn't change anything about what I just said about Kamala Harris.
To dignity, freedom, security, and self-determination. And so in these final hours, let us remember that there is power in knowing that we are together. And let us remember that your vote is your voice, and your voice is your power. And you are powerful, and you remember that.
All right, now let's hear what are the legal challenges? For the White House. What just happened? What are the legal challenges that exist that could possibly, maybe, perhaps prolong or disrupt the election? Let's check it out. Let's see what Pubis has to say about this.
A wave of election litigation by both Democrats and Republicans as they spar over the ground rules for early voting, mail-in ballots, and voter eligibility. For a closer look at that and what's to come, we're joined now by election law expert David Becker. He's the executive director and founder of the Nonpartisan Center for Election Innovation and Research. Thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me, Jeff.
So more than 80 million Americans have already voted. Key swing states like North Carolina.
On that, actually, I saw something that was really interesting. Very interesting indeed. God, that is not how you spell Twitter. Because I am not typing x.com into this goddamn browser. You cannot make me. Okay, where did it go? Aha. Oh, also this. Fuck. On what we were looking at just a little bit ago, a couple minutes ago. Like, look at this photo. This is quite a photo. This is a person eating inside of a restaurant with plywood covering the windows near the White House in Washington, D.C., United States, November 4th, 2024. And you can see the reflection of the flag. This is quite an image. Yep, that's wood. Looking out, life. Looking out into the window of this restaurant as if it were a window into the future of the United States. Anyway, but what I wanted to actually point out to you was this that I thought was really interesting. California passes the 8 million voter mark, and returns today have been decidedly younger. Early on, we had days where 48% of the returns were seniors, only 12% were 18 to 34. Now it's about parity for each. Look at the age lines converging on the second page with daily rates. So basically, like, fuckloads of young people are voting, right? And this is in California. So I'm hopeful that a lot of those young people are voting down ballot. You know what I mean? For all of the very important things that are going on, like down ballot in the California election, California like elections. So that's pretty cool and interesting to see. Like you can see like large amounts of, look at this is ballots mailed. The left side is ballots mailed. And then the right side is ballots returned. Like when this was put out, like how many ballots have made it back and been counted already so far. Most of that is going to be like the day of the election is like people turning in ballots at their local like polling places or dropping them off at ballot drop boxes. Look at all of those young people who had ballots mailed out to them. That's huge. That's a lot of people who are planning on voting that are 18 to 34. And at this point, it was already 19% of the ballots had been returned from people who are 18 to 34. So that's pretty cool. Pretty cool to see like young people really getting engaged, which is like so important for changing shit.
Nevada, Michigan experiencing a high volume of mail-in and absentee voting. Have you spotted any disruptions, irregularities, any problems that could lead to legitimate questions about the integrity of the vote or the vote count?
It's remarkable. As you mentioned, we've seen about 80 million ballots cast already. States like North Carolina and Georgia are over 4 million ballots cast. That's likely around 75 to 80% of their total turnout already voting. And we've seen hardly any problems at all. Certainly nothing that would involve voter safety or any kind of conflicts at the polling places. We're really even not hearing many stories about lines. Most of the stories about lines occurred on the last day of early voting in some states. And of course, that always happens. That's just reflecting enthusiasm and the fact people waited until the last minute a little bit, which is always understandable. But it's remarkable how smoothly voting has gone, how few problems there have been. And that's particularly so while we're dealing with things like our foreign adversaries spreading disinformation and the highly divisive environment we're currently in. It's really remarkable, a testament to our election officials.
I want to ask you about that in a bit, but first, both parties are preparing massive legal operations to file
some ballots get firebombed or something. Yeah, in Oregon, I think it was Oregon and Washington or Washington. Yeah, like a couple drop boxes were like burned or whatever.
Litigation on and after Election Day. 2024, according to one estimate, is the most litigated election ever. What are you tracking in particular?
Well, I think we've seen a lot of pre-election litigation. It's very likely it is the most pre-election litigation we've ever seen before.
It's my fave to stay in when I have to.
In 2020, there was a lot of pre-election litigation that was trying to clarify rules, particularly changes and adaptations that were made due to COVID. And it should be noted that Republicans won about 85% of those cases pre-election in 2020. In the 2024 election, we're seeing some cases like that. We're seeking to clarify rules, but we're seeing Republicans push last-minute changes a lot more, and we're seeing them lose a majority of cases. We're seeing things like cases raised about the voter list, which they've known about for days, weeks, months, years.
How's it going?
Hello, beautiful people.
Hello. Thank you so much for 22 months, legend. I appreciate you. Welcome in. Hope you're good.
And could have brought at any given point in time. We see challenges about mail voting laws that have been around in some cases for decades in states like Nevada.
Female
and then we're seeing
voting laws,
challenges to even military and overseas voting procedures that have been around in some cases for as long as 40 years. So those kinds of cases have been dismissed by courts, even by judges appointed by former President Trump himself. And we'll be then moving on to the post-election period. We'll have to see what happens, obviously. In a really close election, there is legitimate litigation that can be brought. Think Florida 2000, when it's that close, hundreds of votes. Ugh. But when we see an election that's decided by margins like we saw in 2020,
God, that was an old person reference right there.
Litigation will succeed, and that's largely because the candidate who's behind will still have to bring evidence that they can somehow make up the margin. And once you get over a few hundred votes, it's almost impossible to do that.
Well, I was going to ask you that. Does the number of cases floated by the GOP and Republican affiliated entities, does that suggest anything about the number of legitimate concerns connected to the vote?
So I think what's been surprising is it hasn't reflected legitimate concerns. It seems to be have the effect of we have the normal kind of litigation.
What are the legitimate concerns, really?
But there's a lot of litigation, as I mentioned, that seeks to challenge rules that were never going to be successfully challenged. They were never going to win a lot of those cases, and you have to wonder if what we'll see after the election is that the losing candidate might bring up some of these same dismissed claims to try to suggest the election was stolen. That would be very dangerous if that happens. There are a lot of sincere supporters of a losing candidate that could be incited to anger or potentially even violence. And of course, we remember that to some degree from 2020.
Returning to the issue of foreign interference, which
what? No, what happened in 2020?
Has the effort by U.S. intelligence agencies to expose Russian disinformation, has that been effective in disrupting them and diminishing the impact?
Well, I think our adversaries are highly motivated. They see a big reward in potentially disrupting our elections. And again, they're not disrupting our elections by attacking actual election infrastructure. We're way too decentralized. We have paper ballots. We have a lot of protections and redundancies and checks and balances in place so that no foreign adversary or domestic actor could change or alter the votes in an election. We should say for everyone in the United States, don't trust social media. Don't trust videos. Don't trust claims about election fraud or something that they're seeing just
There are better ways to word that. All right? There are better ways to word this. Don't trust, like, all of the random posts that you see on the internet. Just because you see a post and somebody put together a video, like somebody put together like a thing and wrote text on it and circled things in red, and you know what I mean? And there's an arrow pointing to things. Like, just because you see it posted on the internet doesn't mean it's true. Like, there are better ways to word this, because like the average person who would fall victim to that kind of misinformation and disinformation, like, is going to hear him and be like, oh, you mean don't trust my own eyes? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's literally saying, don't trust videos, like, don't trust stuff like that you read, don't trust anything that you read on social media, because like you can get really good information on social media. You just have to have media literacy, which is the problem. And then he's saying, like, don't trust your eyes and don't trust your nose. Don't trust your ears. Okay? Don't trust it. I don't know if I trust you. You're a video in front of me. You know what? And listen, I get that. You know what? I get that. I don't know. The IOF videos are very convincing to me /S. Okay. Yeah, well, I ain't got to trust a thing, but Joe Rogan. True. That's true.
Web. Trust your local and state election officials. Go to those sites, find out what's really going on. Do not rely upon social media and the internet right now, because there's a lot of disinformation.
It's good advice, David Becker.
Like, you should say, do not rely on random social media accounts. Like, make sure that who you're getting your information from, if it is on social media, is like official accounts of institutions that are like, you know, been around for a long time or respected. You know what I mean? Like there are things that you could do here. And then there's also, on top of that, recognizing that some of these institutions, some of these outlets have biases, and recognizing what those biases are, you know, understanding how to point out those biases, understanding how to separate facts from spin in an article. Like, these are things that need to be talked about, right? But like, I don't know. That's just not what he said. Is just not helpful at all.
Nonpartisan center.
Yeah, only trust accounts that have a blue check mark next to their name on Twitter. That's right.
Action innovation.
Juniper never led me astray.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Jeffrey. 8 states have made voter ID laws more restrictive since the 2020 election. Kind of cringe. All right.
Candidates are using the final hours
now,
of campaign.
Breaking down the paths to the Electoral College victory for both Donald Harris and Kamala Trump. Let's check it out.
To make their messages clear in key battlegrounds, which we'll be keeping a close eye on tomorrow.
Our Lisa Desjardins is at the PBS News Super Screen for a look at the various paths to victory for both
good night,
candidates. Lisa, good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, let's talk about...
Dude, I want one of these, dude. I need one of these things. Like, it might actually be kind of a cool thing to have on, like, if the background was something I could get up and draw on, and like, you know what I mean? If I could like pull whatever I'm looking up on here and like put it behind me and then draw on it and then have like a different camera view, that would be kind of tight, dude. That'd be sick.
Pennsylvania. We've heard about Pennsylvania.
How much of these things, bro? Seriously, how much of those things?
Pennsylvania. Why is it so critical for both candidates on their path to 270?
The Keystone State living up to its name. Let's look at
that Microsoft
how the
Service
Cook
thing?
Political Report rates these races. As you know, 7 key swing states. And if you look at what both campaigns see as a potential likelihood in the way states are leaning right now.
Did you guys see Jay Marianne's she her Naki cosplay. It was fire.
Then you have North Carolina, Georgia going for Trump, Arizona going for Trump, and let's even say Nevada, which right now is about even, goes for Trump. In this situation, if Kamala Harris is able to win Wisconsin and Michigan, the so-called blue wall, her only way of getting to the presidency is through Pennsylvania. Now, even if she was able to win here in Nevada, if she loses Pennsylvania,
we're rating
Trump
racist
still
now?
wins. Same thing. Even Arizona, if she's able to win there, she still needs to win in Pennsylvania. So for the Democrats, the Keystone State is absolutely critical.
So if Pennsylvania is a must-win for Harris, what are the must-wins for Trump?
Right. Let's look at the alternate scenario here. So let's say that Trump is able to win in Arizona and in Nevada. Now, here we go. Let's leave Pennsylvania off the board for just a second and leave it blank. Now, if he can't win in North Carolina and Georgia, his path gets much more difficult. I'll show you what I mean. 16 points here in North Carolina. Let's say it goes to Kamala Harris.
20K for one of those? No fucking way. 20K? Never mind.
And just 3 points away from winning it all. So in other words, if Trump wants to win, he's got to win in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, and that's a strange combination. If he's able to do well enough in Pennsylvania and still lose North Carolina, that's a scenario Republicans don't really see happening because of the way voter groups overlap. In other words, some of these early states in the night, North Carolina and Georgia, the South, the southern wall, Republicans really want that to come in for them. If Trump can't win in both of these states, he really may have a problem for the rest of the night.
So, Lisa, move us away from the battlegrounds for a second, because Iowa and New Hampshire are back in the headlines. Some surprising polling over the weekend and some shifts. What happens if those states are in play?
That's right. Two different sets of expectations and effects from these states. Now, let's talk first about Iowa. Again, let's start with this base scenario where Harris is able to win the blue wall and that second district in Nebraska. Trump wins these other states in the Sun Belt. Let's say Harris is able to switch Iowa and its 6 electoral votes. That gets her up to 276, but it really doesn't change the map for her. She can still win here, lose here. It really doesn't affect her win or loss ability as much as it would give her more points on the board. New Hampshire's a different situation, because this is the situation Republicans fear, is Harris running the blue wall through these 3 states, getting 270 electoral votes. They need another path. This is why you saw Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance go to New Hampshire, try to pick up these 4 electoral votes, gets them to 272. They just want another potential pathway to the presidency. Now, is this likely? Both parties say maybe not, but Republicans think they have a real chance in New Hampshire, where they don't have early voting, and voting will be starting tomorrow.
Well, let's shift our focus back to the battlegrounds, Lisa. How are things shaping up there for the campaign?
Okay, so where the heck are these battlegrounds, folks? It is unbelievably close. Let's take a look at these races. Arizona, Trump +2. Georgia +1. Look at this. Michigan, Harris +1, Trump +1. Even in North Carolina, even in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin +1. I don't know if I've ever seen a group of 7 battleground states this close. Now, of course, this isn't a statement of the exact state of the race, but it tells you that it's close. It's a virtual tie. All of these races within the margin of error, most certainly, as we stand and look at it right now.
Lisa, meanwhile, some new polling from PBS News as well. What stands out to you?
Right, some big numbers. As we heard earlier, look at this. Right.
News as well.
As we stand and look at it right now.
Lisa, meanwhile, some new polling.
Why do they have North Carolina on there twice?
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Trump +2. Georgia +1. Look at this. Michigan, Harris +1, Trump +1. Even
and she doesn't even mention it.
In North Carolina, even in Pennsylvania.
She doesn't even mention the name of that state. She just says +1.
Wisconsin +1. I don't know if I've ever seen.
She got the Peter Griffin fit on, bro. Why you gotta do that to her, dude?
It's this close. Now, of course,
dude. Chill.
This isn't a statement of the exact state of the race, but it tells you that it's close. It's a virtual tie. All of these races within the margin of error.
Yo, she kind of looks like Lois too. Wait.
Most certainly.
Wait, does she? Wait, no, she kind of looks like Lois.
We stand and look at it right now.
Wait, no, holy fuck. Wait, no, literally though. What? No way. Tell me that's not Lois Griffin, bro. Oh my God, Lois. 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 She kind of looks like here. There, that's the one. That's the one. That's the one. Wait, that's crazy. No, that's literally Lois wearing Peter's pants.
Lisa, meanwhile, some new polling from PBS News as well. What stands out to you?
Right, some big numbers. As we heard earlier, look at this. Right now in national likely voters, we see Trump down by 4 points over Harris, and that is Harris outside the margin of error. So that's a trend that the Democrats would certainly like to see. And something else Democrats like to see, the gender gap in terms of men.
Democrats would love to see genders and the gaps of said genders.
Changed just since October. Look at this.
You want to see the men's gaps? Is that what? Of course they do.
Gap in terms of men has certainly changed just since October. Look at this. It was a 16-point gap Harris had with men. Now look at that. Just 4 points. That's an incredible 12-point difference. But I will also say Trump and Vance have also made up ground with women. They've started to close that gap on their end.
Lisa Desjardins,
they're closing the women gap.
You're welcome.
Yo. Usually they do a little like Snapple fact. What the fuck is this shit? I don't want to see your fucking... What the fuck? All right, chat, let's see. The ads are getting close. The ads are upon us, chat. Coming up next on the Tofu Ghost broadcast, we're going to get into what people outside of the United States think about the U.S. election. We're going to start with Cubans and Puerto Ricans, what they think about the United States presidential election. Then we're going to look at Israeli residents and what they think about the presidential election. We're going to look at Hamas and what Hamas thinks about the presidential election. We're going to look at what Palestinians in Gaza think about the presidential election. And then from there, we're going to look at this interview with Dearborn Mayor Abdullah Hamid on refusing meeting with Trump and also refusing to endorse Kamala Harris. Exclamation point watching in the stream for or in the chat, excuse me, for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we've seen this evening and all the videos that we will get into for the rest of the evening. But before we continue on, chat, we have to run an ad break since it's been almost an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous, maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to even more super top secret, super exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, and to also help me, your favorite streamer of all time, get closer to achieving Partner Plus, which would give me a 70-30 split of all the money you also generously give to me every month. That would be a genuinely life-changing amount of money. So if you have the means to and you'd like to help me out with that, that's a great way to do so on top of just subbing normally yourself. But if you'd like to help me out and also help out one of your friends at the same time in the chat, you can do so by gifting community gift subs. If you are one of those unsubbed friends in the chat that is in need of a sub, make sure to say hi, throw some emotes in the chat, or if you're lurking, use the please gift me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. You can also throw bits or a dono my way, $3 specifically for a TTS message. If you're super angry at me and one of my takes and you want to call me out, or if you have a take that I've been ignoring in the chat that you just are super desperate to get in front of me, you can pay $3 to have my attention. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere, BRB. All right. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through those ads. Sitting through the ads is a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. But we're back. And let's get back into it. What's up, oh witchy woman? If you like the music, exclamation point listening in the chat, we'll get you a link to the playlist that plays in the background of my stream. If I can spell right, there it goes. Boom. What's up, Nori? Okay, let's get back into it. We left off right about here on the playlist, exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we have watched and will watch for the rest of this stream. Coming up next, we're going to hear what some different groups of people outside of the United States think about the United States presidential election. We're going to hear from Cubans and Puerto Ricans, from Israelis, and from Palestinians of what they think about the United States election, all from Associated Press. Let's check it out. Hello? Pausers? There we go. Havana, Cuba. Look at all the fucking sick-ass cars. Oh my god, it's so fucking cool. I mean, the reason why that is not fucking cool, but the fact that there are all these beautiful cars is fucking cool. As the 2024 U.S. presidential race enters its final few days with Democrat Kamala Harris and Republican Donald Trump locked in tight contest for the White House, people in the Caribbean will be keeping a close eye on the results. What I can tell you is that if Trump wins, here, let me get the. We will be eating our shoes because everything here is very bad. The economy is very bad and tourism has reached rock bottom. San Juan, Puerto Rico. I believe that the Democratic candidate should favor the island. I do not believe that the Republican candidate is beneficial for the island. We already have a history. We already have evidence that he does not appreciate the country very much.
Yo creo que todo el proceso ha sido muy violento.
I think that the whole process has been very violent, creating
muy violento.
Separation, and that the entire planet is tired of so much separation. We want a world of harmony and peace. And anything that happens in the United States is going to affect the entire globe, not just Puerto Rico. It is going to affect the entire world. And enough is enough of so much separation. We have to seek unity, peace, love, harmony, and for it to be for the common good. So we'll see what happens on Tuesday, but it's definitely something that's going to impact the whole world. Real shit. All right, now let's hear from Israelis in Tel Aviv, Israel. Pause. People in Israel were waiting with trepidation and hope for U.S. election day, feeling their fates were greatly pinned to whomever okay. As if either way doesn't represent, like, and I quote, unconditional support for Israel, right? Like, I don't know, it's kind of interesting to be like an Israeli and be like, oh man, like the fate of Israel really lies in the hands like of this election. It's like, I mean, I don't know, have you been hearing anything that has been coming out of like American politics, like all the rhetoric surrounding Israel, like from the current government and from both candidates for office? Like, sounds like you're good. Sounds like you're good. You're in a good spot. All right. Like, all right. Well, let's hear what they have to say. I would prefer to have a woman as the leader of the United States. I think it could be a change for the better, and I hope she is elected. Yes, Queen. I'm thinking of Donald Trump. He has proven himself, even last time. I gave you the Golan Heights. I gave you the Golan Heights. They call it the Trump. What do they call it now? Trump Trump Heights. Okay, I thought it was something else. It's just Trump Heights instead of Golan Heights. Okay. It's literally like walking. You need to look at. I know it's so stupid. I'm so dumb for that. But also like it just reminds me of like passing by the Trump golf courses like in California, in LA, LA County, in the South Bay, in PV. There's the Trump like golf course and like resort or whatever. Like it reminds me of like there's like a sign that you drive past. Like if you drive around Portuguese Bend in Palos Verdes, like you know, like you just drive past the fucking Trump sign or whatever, and it's just like that. It's just like Trump Heights. Like it's just like another fucking golf course. It's just so fucking funny. I'm sorry. It's so like corny and fucking weird and just I don't know, man. He was the president of the United States. He has helped Israel a lot with Jerusalem, with the Golan Heights. Yeah. I wish we all here wish he would come back.
The incoming administration, if it is President Trump or Vice President Harris, that is also an opportunity for us to have a fresh look at the current negotiations, where each one has its advantages and disadvantages of what can be done for the sake of the hostages. But in both cases, there's one common thing.
What are they? No, I'd be really curious to know what their thoughts are on like what specifically those differences are. Like why is one better suited to like one, both candidates have shown nothing but support for Bibi Netanyahu, right? And like, if that's the case, like, basically, if they are supporting Bibi Netanyahu, they are not doing very much to support the return of hostages, right? Because Bibi Netanyahu doesn't seem to want the hostages to be returned, which a lot of these organizations recognize, right? A lot of these organizations recognize, and a lot of family members who had family members or loved ones killed on October 7th, or who had family members or loved ones kidnapped. A lot of those families, recognize that Bibi Netanyahu doesn't want their family member to come home. Even a lot of them want an arms embargo, because they also recognize that the single point of leverage that exists over their government is arms shipments and money. So, I don't know.
Families need to make sure, and I'm going to be in Washington next week.
What the fuck happened to my thing?
To work on that, to make sure that their 100-day plan, when they go into office, will include the hostages as one of the top topics that they need to solve.
I really would have loved to hear what that dude's what he thinks the differences are. I'd be really interested to know. I wish they would have talked about that. And now from Associated Press, let's see. Hamas says U.S. election results will not concern the movement and our Palestinian people. While many people are awaiting the results of the American presidential elections, we affirm that whatever the results, they do not concern the movement and our Palestinian people. The previous and current American administrations were partners and supporters of this Zionist entity in its war. And aggression against our people and our national cause. The new American administration must listen to the voices raised by the American community that reject the occupation and the Zionist aggression and who object to supporting it. All right, now let's hear from citizens, Palestinians in Gaza, in Deir al-Balah, in the Gaza Strip. The American elections will not affect the war in any way. Elections will not affect the war in any way, and will not have an impact. It may affect the American voter, but not the Palestinian citizen. In the Gaza Strip in particular, the Americans are a partner in the war on Gaza and in the extermination of children, women, and the elderly in Gaza. We want any American president, whether it is Trump or Kamala, any one of them to relieve people from this calamity they are experiencing. People live in nylon tents which do not protect from winter or heat, and the situation is very bad. We appeal to the American president who will come, because with the current president, there is no benefit with him in solving the Gaza Strip. In solving the Gaza Strip and solving people's misfortunes. We hope to God that it will be in favor of the Palestinians, because the Palestinians are tired and suffering. Biden spent 4 years and did not provide anything for the Palestinian people. He was promising a two-state solution, and in the end there is no two-state solution and nothing. He was supporting Israeli society. Anybody still talking about a two-state solution right now, like, is either just continuing to buy time for Israel, or just unfortunately a bit naive, we'll say. Right? Like, I would say like a lot of bit naive. Like, look at the state of Israel. Look at the Israeli government. Look at the government in power, right, in Israel. They have repeatedly said over and over and over and over again that they do not support a sovereign Palestinian state. They have said they do not support a sovereign Palestinian state at all. There has never been once where they said, we do support a sovereign Palestinian state. Not anybody who matters, not anybody in a position of power in the Israeli government. It is a majority of the Israeli Knesset, right? That like also does not support a sovereign Palestinian state, right? How can you have a two-state solution without a sovereign Palestinian state? Also, consider the West Bank and the fact that it is cut up into fucking pieces, and there is a fucking apartheid happening. That apartheid is managed and predicated upon the violence, right? And displacement. Like, do you think that if somehow the world came together, including the United States, and said, okay, we're going to do the two-state solution thing, and we're going to go back to the previous borders, right? Do you think that the 1 million settlers in the illegally occupied West Bank would just get up and leave and not defend it, right? Because, like, I don't know, they took it with blood, lots of blood. They took it, they stole it, right? With blood. And I have a feeling that they wouldn't give it up without blood. I have a feeling that they wouldn't just give it up, because even the settlers that were expelled from Gaza previously, there's famously videos of settlers in Gaza getting beaten up by IDF soldiers as they're trying to resist and stay in Gaza, right? When they were expelled from the illegal settlements in Gaza, right? Like, you're going to see that, but even worse in the West Bank, because it is officially a part of Israel. It's connected by freeways and shit, right? And there's the militias are heavily armed, right? And then on top of that, they have the backing of the IDF, which is obviously heavily armed. I mean, fuck, man.
الأسرى طب الشعب اللي بموت بينتهك. احنا بنطلب في الانتخابات الأمريكية إذا نجح ترامب يرحموا الشعب الفلسطيني.
Oh, I should be reading this. Sorry, chat. Just reading it for you. Promising a two-state solution, and in the end, there is no two-state solution and nothing. He was supporting Israeli society and everything he talks about, but the only thing he talks about is hostages, What about the people who are dying? We ask from the American elections, if Trump succeeds, to have mercy on the Palestinian people. Okay, I mean, listen, yeah. Asking Trump for mercy. Yeah. That's not really gonna take you in any meaningful direction, unfortunately. You would have a situation in West Bank similar to Algerian war. Israel is for a one-state solution, and that state is Israel, right? And listen, I'm for a one-state solution, but a one-state solution that recognizes the Palestinian people equally under the same laws, a secular society, right? That recognizes all peoples equally under the same government. And no one group of people has any sort of more, any sort of like power or more or less rights than the other. A one-state solution is the only way, but it has to be a secular one, and it has to be with equal representation under the same government. But Zionists will lie to you, right? Will lie to you and tell you that that the reason that you can't allow that to happen is because if they did, then that would bring about the second Holocaust, which is garbage, as if Jewish people and Muslim people and Christian people haven't all three been living together in the region for thousands of years. Thousands of years. Jewish people, Muslim people, and Christian people have all lived in Palestine. It's like it's just a political ideology that has a bastardized, perverted view of Judaism, and that seeks to place one ethnic, seeks to be a state for one ethnic majority. The creation of a free, independent, and democratic Palestinian state, which will guarantee equal rights of citizenship with full religious freedom and full opportunities to develop their culture to all its inhabitants, Arab and Jewish. Well, there are Jewish Arabs too, so it's like that's not. I don't know where you got that quote, but there are. But like, it's not accurate in that there are Jewish Arabs. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with white South Africans falsely claimed. Same thing white South Africans falsely claimed would happen at the end of apartheid. Right, exactly. Talking about like violence being done against like white settlers in or colonizers, excuse me, in South Africa. Yo, Rennie, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream. Shouts out Rennie Park, if I can spell correctly, which is very difficult. Shouts out Rennie Park. Go follow. Hope you had a lovely stream. Welcome in. We're just talking about election stuff. Coming up next, we're going to look at this interview here from Democracy Now! With Dearborn Mayor Abdullah Hamid on refusing a meeting with Donald Trump, and also not endorsing Kamala Harris, who refused to meet famously with the like any sort of like Arab or Muslim rights groups, and also the what's it called, the uncommitted movement. Palestinians in Gaza, or wait, I already read that. Democracy Now! Dearborn Mayor Abdullah Hamid on refusing meeting with Trump and not endorsing Harris. Let's go.
This is Democracy Now!
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris campaigned in the battleground state of Michigan over the weekend, where they sought support from Michigan's 200,000 Arab American and Muslim voters, many of who've denounced U.S. support for Israel's war on Gaza. Kamala Harris addressed supporters at a massive rally in East Lansing, Michigan. She began her address with a nod to civilian victims of Israel's war.
Yeah,
this year has been difficult, given the scale of death and destruction in Gaza, and given the civilian casualties and displacement in Lebanon. It is devastating. And as president, I will do everything in my power to end the war in Gaza.
Like I said, if it is true that you're to do everything in your power, there is one thing that needs to be done that has not been done. One thing, and that is an arms embargo. If it is like, you're not doing everything in your power. You're not doing everything you can. You're not working tirelessly day in and day out if it does not include an arms embargo. Because like I said, that is the one point of leverage that the United States has, which is the only entity that has any sort of leverage, significant leverage over the state of Israel, the rogue apartheid state of Israel. Like it is one thing. Seriously, one thing that needs to be done. And if any conversation doesn't include an arms embargo, which she has said she would not support already, she has said this, then it's just a bunch of fucking, it's just words.
Gaza. To bring home the hostages, end the suffering in Gaza, ensure Israel is secure, and ensure the Palestinians...
Hey chat, I hope you are voting down ballot, okay? I need you to be voting down ballot. I need you to be voting down ballot. Do you know if there is a, you know, what are the races in your local elections, right? Is somebody running for Senate? Is somebody running for Congress? Is somebody running for mayor? Is somebody running for governor? Is somebody running for state assembly? Is somebody, you know, for state senate? Is somebody running for your local city council? Like, I hope you know all of those things, okay? I hope you know all of the races, all of the direct ballot initiatives, because those are unironically the most important elections that you have, that you can vote for, that you can vote in. Okay? If you are just voting for the president every 4 years, you are not very involved politically. You're just not. If there are things that you truly care about, and you believe that a better world is possible, you need to be involved politically. And you are not involved politically unless you are involving yourself in local politics at the state level, at the county level, at the city level. Please do not just be filling out the presidential ticket every 4 years. That is not doing politics. That is not participating in politics. That is not democracy. Okay? Remember that in 2016, Donald Trump won the election after losing the popular vote. Okay? No matter who is the next president, it will matter more what the makeup of Congress is, what the makeup of the Senate is, right? And what the makeup is of your local governments, whether it's the state level, county level, city level, because, you know, if you have good people in all of these positions, whether it's at the very bottom, you have good people to carry out good policies when there are good policies, actually carry them out in good ways and not, you know, waste taxpayer money on like corruption and shit like that. Right? Do you care about policing? Do you care about any of that shit? Because Kamala Harris is not going to fix that. Donald Trump is definitely not going to fix that. Absolutely not going to fix any of those things, right? But Kamala Harris won't either. And that's why I need you to be involved in the actually important elections. The elections that you actually have sway in, right? I'm in California. I have my vote means very little. Some people's votes means a lot more than mine, and you know, go off on that shit. But my point is, like, the votes where no matter who you are, where you are, have the most impact on everything that you care about. It is at the local level. Period. If you're in LA or California, this will be relevant to you, mostly LA. But yeah.
People can realize their right to dignity, freedom, security, and self-determination.
Visited East Lansing after President Trump traveled to Dearborn Friday, marking the first time a leading presidential candidate visited the Arab American majority city. Trump was questioned by reporters.
Sir, what conversations did you have recently with Prime Minister Netanyahu about bringing peace to the Middle East?
We had a good conversation. We're going to bring peace. You're going to have peace in the Middle East, but not with the clowns that you have running the U.S. right now. You're going to have peace. You're going to have peace in the Middle East.
Peace through strength, baby.
And they should have peace in the Middle East.
Like truly, when motherfuckers like this, I love the idea that some people are like, he's the fucking peace candidate. That some people are out there are that fucking dense, right? That fucking dumb. But they're like, you know what? He's the peace candidate, right? He's the one that's going to bring peace. Whenever he talks about peace, right, you need to also remember that in other conversations, in different contexts, he also talks about peace through strength, right? Like, we recently talked about Duterte and how Duterte recently admitted that he actually had death squads in his time as mayor in the Philippines and also as president in the Philippines. Okay, we also talked about when Duterte was president and also Donald Trump was president, he just decided to call Rodrigo Duterte to let him know that he really appreciated the way he was handling his war on drugs in the Philippines that ended up killing just under 9,000 recorded known deaths. But that number could actually be up in the 30,000s over a period of multiple years, where he killed people, shot first and asked questions later, or not at all, when it came to cracking down on the drug problem in the Philippines. And this guy really loved that. Really loved that. He's just an example, right? Whenever he talks about peace, it's peace through strength. And when you say peace through strength, it means a completely different fucking thing. Okay, let's just fucking remember that. All right.
But not with the clowns you have in the Middle East. Let me tell you, what you have people in the Middle East that aren't doing their job, and you have people in the U.S. that aren't doing their job.
What does that mean? Who? What people in the Middle East that aren't doing their job, and then people in the US that aren't doing their job? Who are those people? What are their jobs? And how are you going to do those jobs different? Like, what are we saying right now?
They get it together when they get it.
He just says shit.
Like you're gonna have peace in the Middle East.
For more,
you're gonna have peace in the Middle East. It rhymes. Sounds good.
Hammoud, who refused to meet with
President wants
Trump,
to work
has
anymore.
Also declined to endorse Kamala Harris. Mayor,
he's got a cool house.
Democracy Now! First, explain your decision not to meet with President Trump.
Yeah, I'm not somebody to be fooled by President Trump. I think we very clearly understand where Donald Trump falls on the issues. This is the president that ushered in the Muslim ban, that wants to be the architect of the Muslim ban 2.0. This is somebody that annexed the Golan Heights, somebody that eliminated all
you mean the Trump Heights?
For the Palestinian humanitarian causes and issues within the congressional budgets. This is somebody that provided Saudi Arabia with the arms to kill over 30,000 people, innocent civilians in Yemen. And so I'm not here to be fooled by President Donald Trump. And so I refuse a meeting with Donald Trump out of principle, because that is not my president.
And talk about
it's rich that he's even requesting, like Donald Trump even requested a meeting, right? Like, 'cause he's just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what sticks, right? Like seeing who returns his phone calls, who returns his emails, his team's emails, right? Like he's gotten some local Muslim leaders to endorse him, which is like so ridiculous. But it's just so ridiculous. But yeah, he's just like seeing who will return his calls, and he's just going anywhere he can.
Your position on Kamala Harris, who just addressed this massive crowd in East Lansing.
For the last almost over a year now, what we have been calling for is for a ceasefire, and to achieve a ceasefire by the appropriate means. And based on all the conversations that we've had, based on historical knowledge of how ceasefires were achieved.
Like, listen, when Democrats say ceasefire, like they say it without actually being willing to support things that would force a ceasefire, right? But Donald Trump doesn't even say the word ceasefire. He's saying that that Israel's hands are tied behind their backs. Right? Like he's saying that like Israel needs to be allowed to do what they need to do. I mean, the Democrats are currently allowing Israel to do what they need to do. They just use different words, and then, approve the same weapons deals, approve the same, defense aid and shit like that.
there has to be the willingness of the president to pick up the phone and to demand from Benjamin Netanyahu, that war criminal, and his cabinet, to achieve a ceasefire. And you have to be willing to impose an arms embargo. What we have not yet heard from this president is the willingness to enact an arms embargo. And I think that is the frustration that many
arms
of us have.
Escargot?
Yes. We want to ensure that Palestinians have the right to self-determination, and take it a step further. We want to ensure that Palestinians have a just state.
How would you say Palestinians deserve the right to the
right to self-determination?
Self-determination. How do they have the right to self-determination when they are being policed by an occupying government, right? Like, there are, by definition, occupied lands, right, where they do not have power in their own lands that are internationally recognized as their own lands, but they don't have power there. There are people that police them and have power over them in their own lands. Like, how can you have self-determination, right, when you're not allowed to do anything about that? And that side has the support, is a nuclear power, right, and has the support of other nuclear powers. How you self-determination and two-state solution and all of these ceasefire, all of these things are just words when you are continuing to dump, buckets of fuel onto the fucking blazing fire.
And take it a step further. We want to ensure that Palestinians have a just state of their own. I think that is what's extremely important to also call out. But what we have not seen in the policy that has been pushed out by the vice president is if she will go about, or how she will go about, in accomplishing this.
You are Lebanese American. Can you talk about what's happened to your family in Lebanon?
My family has been displaced. The first Lebanese American citizen that has been killed was a Dearborn resident, a very close family friend's father. Just came in July.
Rest in peace.
My wife has lost several family members now, one of whom was a paramedic who was assassinated.
Yeah, like how can you tell, like Dearborn, Michigan voters, how can you tell Michigan voters, right, that like you support any, like you support a ceasefire, you self-determination for Palestinians, two-state solution. How can you say that? How can you say that? Like that conflict has expanded now into Lebanon, right? 3,000 people have died there. And now on top of that, the United Nations peacekeeping forces present in Lebanon have been attacked also. Like, how can you say to, that you want to be a president for these people who are dying to vote for you? They want to so badly because they know just how bad Donald Trump is. How can you look at them and say those words while also doing everything in your power to support the entity that is continuing, to ensure that the Palestinians don't have self-determination, to support the entity that is killing their family members?
As he was trying to help others. There is a blanket of grief now in the city of Dearborn, where folks are attending funeral services.
Yes, Andy Dago, exactly. Welcome in.
Condolences to family by the masses. I'm attending services not for one or two individuals, but for 12 and 20 on any given day. Celebratory events have been postponed. This is the climate right now in the city of Dearborn. And so when folks come here to knock on doors or to ask how people will vote, you have to understand, for many, almost everybody I know has now lost a loved one or know a loved one who has been injured or displaced or whose ancestral home has been decimated.
They want so badly.
Right now in the city of Dearborn.
God, so many people were so eager to be super excited about Kamala Harris. People were so eager to be like, please let this be it. You know what I mean? Please, like, I want to be excited about Kamala Harris so bad. Please, I want to be able to vote for Kamala Harris so bad. And so many people just fucking can't, overlook the deaths of their family members, right? And for you to shame them in that response, if that is your you know, if that is what you choose to do, like, man.
You ever met with Vice President Kamala Harris?
There have been many conversations across campaign teams, and there's been many conversations going back to even when President Biden was the presidential, the nominee for the Democratic Party. What I would say is we have made our position points very clear. We've been communicating very clearly, whether it was with senior White House staffers or with the campaign officials, about where we stand on these issues. And if there's an unwillingness to move off of the genocide for Gaza, off of enabling and funding this genocide that is being conducted across Gaza and now encroaching within Lebanon, then there is an unwillingness for us to step forward and endorse any candidate. You know, my loyalties first and foremost are to the people of my community, to people of this city, of this district. And so we're willing to put people over party first and foremost to ensure that we utilize the platform that has been entrusted to us by the people to elevate their voices in this time of need.
And to those who say they cannot support Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, some not voting, others voting for a third-party candidate like Jill Stein, your response to also those who then say that a vote for Jill Stein would be a vote for Trump?
Given the level of grief that you just hear about on a daily basis within this community, my main concern is to ensure that people come out and cast their ballots and vote. Apathy, I think, is the most destructive thing. People forget in 2016, it wasn't that Donald Trump won by less than 11,000 votes. It was the fact that 80,000 people had skipped the presidential question. And so my job, first and foremost, what I have endorsed is that people come out and vote, to not sit on the sideline, regardless of all that has unfolded and happened to you directly or indirectly. What I can assure you is that sitting on the sideline will accomplish nothing. And so I've called on people to vote their moral conscience, to go out, to at least begin with the local ballot questions, the local elections, and then work their way up to the ballot as they get to that presidential question.
You, Abdullah Hammoud, are the first Arab American and first Muslim mayor of Dearborn. You have stressed that it's not only about a presidential election, it's about the local level. Can you talk about what this election means for you, for Rashida Tlaib of Detroit, outspoken supporters of Palestinians, of Lebanese, against Israel's war on Gaza?
What you have heard over the last year is this community taking a principled position. This was the community in which the Uncommitted movement was founded and blossomed organically across this country. But what you're hearing from many of our residents, from many of our constituents, from the anti-war, anti-justice movement, or pro-justice movement, excuse me, broadly speaking, is that this is a community that says, if we want to end gun violence and mass shootings in schools within the states, then we must also be willing to not provide a war criminal 2,000-pound J-bombs to decimate every school and university across Gaza. If we want to expand access to healthcare, then we also must be willing to hold to account any government that bombs or decimates every healthcare facility across all of Palestine or across Lebanon. These are the morals and the values that we have. And this is the principal position that we have taken. And this is not just a position that is popular here in the city of Dearborn, but if you look across the polls, across this country, you have seen that the center of America has moved on the issue of Israel and Palestine. And what is yet to be had is the center of the two major political parties in this country to move on the issue as well.
Real shit. Real shit. He makes a really good point, chat. That's why I've been saying nonstop. That's why I'm not telling you who I'm, you know, like what I'm doing on the part of my ballot that is the presidential election part. I'm not telling you what I'm doing there because I'm not trying to convince you one way or the other in that matter. I don't want you to vote Donald Trump, okay? But you know, whether you are doing some sort of protest vote, some sort of third party vote, if you're voting for Kamala Harris, because you see it as like a harm reduction or like whatever, like that's on you. You do your thing. The one thing that I do fucking care about is nonstop talking about down ballot races. Nonstop talking about how much more important than the presidential election your down ballot elections are. Your direct ballot initiatives and all of that kind of stuff. That's the most important thing. Unfortunately, I don't have I'm just one fucking block of tofu, and I can't fucking, know about every single like city council race in every city. You know what I mean? Every mayor, every governorship, every, race for Congress, every race for Senate. I don't have every one locked in, and I'm not paying a bunch of attention to all of these races. I have no way of doing that, right? All I can do really is focus on my own city, which is LA, and I do a lot of that, and hopefully it inspires you to pay attention to your own city. Hopefully you see how people, organize and talk about politics in my city, and you take that to your city, and you get involved, right? You actually get involved, not vote just for the president once every 4 years. That's not being involved, right? The bare minimum for actually being involved is voting down ballot. And then from there, you can expand on that and actually join organizations, unionize, on and 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 on. Okay. That's why I'm not telling you how I'm voting for the presidential. I'll share how I do, what I do, when it's all said and done. You know what I mean? But because I don't want to seem like I'm telling you to really advocating for a specific way to vote. I just say don't vote for goddamn Donald Trump. Just please don't fucking vote for Donald Trump. Anything else that you do other than that, I don't give a shit, so long as you are definitely filling in every single other part of your ballot. Every single other part of your ballot. Okay? Every single other part. It's the most important. The most important. Anyways, there's check out, find the progressive, a progressive voter guide in your area. What are the best leftist and or worker focused and or progressive organizations in your area? You know what I mean? Do they have a voter guide? Do you have a specific local news outlet that you think is cool, and that is very progressive or whatever, that maybe they have a voter guide? Try to figure out, find what are the organizations that are around you, join them, look at their voter guides, whatever. Do stuff that matters. Okay. Washington vote no. I don't know anything about that shit. I'm gonna have to take your word for it. Reeks of sensitivity. I don't fucking know. I have no fucking clue. I've seen people from LA asking Hassan in chat about the Prop 33 and keep sending them to you or Cinemarxism. I don't know about anything about it, and I know if they I don't know if they checked your stream or no. I mean, it's possible. I appreciate you doing that, Kusi. I mean, hopefully, a lot of people in Hassan's chat know who Brett is, Cinemarxism. They might not know who I am, but they definitely know who Cinemarxism is. So it's probably likely that they've gone to Cinemarxism's Instagram or Instagram or fucking Twitter or whatever, and saw that we're heavy on the Chris Rel's voter guide. I saw Hassan was using DSA LA's. I saw Hassan was using DSA LA's voter guide, which is it's fine. It's fine. There's just better voter guides in LA specifically, but hey, whatever. Cops say yes, so we say no. Isn't that the rule for Prop 33? We're voting big yes on Prop 33 because we want to undo the Costa Hawkins, I think it is, bill that was introduced in 1995 that is still in place, that is preventing any sort of rent control from being legislated. So if we are ever to have rent control in California, first we have to get rid of the Costa Hawkins bill from 1995, and that's what Prop 33 does. So yes on Prop 33. Also no on Prop 36. Also fucking what other ones are there? Yeah, I don't know. Exclamation point LA voter guide. Exclamation point LA voter guide. Also, if you're voting in LA, don't fucking vote for fucking let's keep George Gascon in the district attorney's office. Do not vote for Nathan Hochman, who's a piece of shit. Okay, anyways, LA Voter Guide, all of it's in there. How are we doing on time? We have 13 minutes till the ads run. All right, chat. Reminder that we are going to be having a short stream today because I have to get up early, but like that's in tofu world. You know what I mean? Early in tofu world. I'm going to be, we're going to be covering the election, Cinemarxism, Gremlo, Rhizome, and I are going to be covering the election tomorrow, starting at 3 p.m. PST. Okay, so just letting you know, that's what I'm going to be doing tomorrow. That's why we're going to have like a shorter stream tonight. It's not over just yet, chat. We're going to do a little bit of, coming up next, we're going to do a little bit of international news. We're going to look at updates out of Israel, Palestine, and Lebanon. With Al Jazeera, Associated Press, Reuters, and Democracy Now! And then from there, since we hit the sub goal today, we're going to do some fun content. We're going to do some fun reacts, some comfy content. We have Eamon Animations. We have Urban Rescue Ranch. We have Fantano. We have Tiny Desk. We Chelsea Wolf playing a Tiny Desk concert. We also have Gift Gas to finish. I thought this would be a fun... I watched this dude. I don't know if any of you ever heard of this guy who does like reviews on cigarettes and shit. I watch him. I don't smoke cigarettes, but it's very interesting. He's like he's funny. He's a funny guy. I saw he did this one recently that is smoking backwoods. Like if you just smoke a backwood by itself, you're an insane person. You are insane if you smoke those, like actually smoke those. Like regular people just use those to put weed in. You're not supposed to smoke those things. You're supposed to gut it, take out all the fucking tobacco and throw it in the trash, and then fucking put weed in it like a normal person. Backwoods are great for that. I used to smoke the fuck out of backwoods. They're so fucking bad for you. They'll fuck up your lungs. Don't do it. But yeah, this guy smokes some fucking, just full on smokes them. So I don't know. It might be kind of funny to look at his fucking review, just smoking a full on backwood. My point is we have a bunch of fun content that we're definitely going to watch after the news is done, since we hit the sub goal today. Thank you so much for hitting that sub goal. I really appreciate all the support. Speaking of the support, since I will be streaming, I won't be streaming on my stream tomorrow. I'm gonna be with Gremlo, Rhizome, and Cinemarxism tomorrow. I'm not gonna be streaming on this account.
If anyone is voting in Arizona, all props are awful except for Prop 139. It stops the state from banning abortions. But yay, one of the props here is trying to get rid of life in prison. 15 to 20-year sentences on second-degree felony child sex trafficking. Interesting. I don't know anything about any of that stuff, so it's very interesting. Thank you, Squiggles, for the 3 months. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. And like I said, since we hit the sub goal today, we have comfy content to get to after the news is done. We only have a little bit of news coming up next, like I said, because of the short stream. But what I was going to say before I totally lost my train of thought there. Since I'm not going to be streaming on my stream tomorrow, that means I'm not going to be making any money. I'm not going to be getting any subs, any donos, any ad revenue, any bits, anything like that. So we've already destroyed the sub goal today, but just throwing it out there that it would be cool to make up for that somehow by like maybe getting a little bit extra to make up for what I won't be making tomorrow if I don't end up streaming on this account. Either way, thank you so much for all the support. I really appreciate you all, but we're going to get into an ad break now. Don't you worry, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, if you would like to support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to maybe consider upgrading your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to even more super top secret, super exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, and to also help me, your favorite streamer of all time, get closer to achieving Partner Plus, which would give me a 70-30 split of all the money you also generously give to me every month. That would be a life-changing amount of money. So if you have the means to and you'd like to help out with that goal, that's a great way to do so, on top of just, subbing on your own fresh
organic, sub. If you'd like to help me out, but also help out one of your besties in the chat, you can do that by gifting some community gift subs. If you are one of those unsubbed chatters, make sure to say hi in the chat, throw some emotes in the chat, or if you're lurking, use the please give me a sub redeem. That way somebody might notice you and feel generous enough to shoot you a gifty. You can also throw bits or a dono my way, $3 specifically for a TTS message. If I've been ignoring your chats all night and you want to yell at me and you need my attention desperately, the low price of $3, you can have my attention. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB.
We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through those ads. Sitting through the ads is a good way to support your streamer. But we're back. Let's get back into it. Let's knock out this news chat so we can do some fun stuff sooner rather than later. We only have a little bit of news that I'd like to go over today. Just gonna make sure that we keep up to date on updates coming out of the MENA region. Let's look first with Al Jazeera at this here. I suspect that the levity is a little bit inappropriate, says a reporter from the press pool talking to Matthew Nosferatu Miller about the situation in Gaza. Then we're going to go from there to the updates out of Lebanon. Also updates out of Ramallah. Okay. Israeli settlers, continuing their pogroms and things like that under the cover of Israel's onslaughts post October 7th. And then we're going to end with this piece from Democracy Now! Save the children in Gaza. Israel bombs polio vax site, bans UNRWA and attacks on humanitarian aid. And that'll be our last piece of news before we get into fun stuff, and we'll just chill out for the rest of stream since we hit the sub goal. Thank you again, chat, for hitting the sub goal. You guys are fucking awesome. Really, really appreciate it. Yes, an exclamation point watching in the chat for a link to the playlist that contains all the videos that we have watched and will watch for the rest of the stream. Let's get into it. What's up, Jane?
As of today, the situation has not significantly turned around.
Yo, Jaina with the 300 titty bitties. Thank you. Early updates from East Coast polling locations. I should have fucking known better.
Enemy drone spotted. Target acquired. Missile away. You are so fucked, you little bitch. You better start running because I'm gonna. Ah, fuck, I missed.
Stupid as fuck. That's so stupid. What is this? Yo! Yo! Anyway.
An increase in some measurements. We've seen an increase in the number of crossings that are open, but just if you look at the stipulated recommendations in the letter, those have not been met at this point.
So that's a fail.
We're not at the end of the period yet. They have not. If you look at the,
this is after him being asked if Israel is meeting their standards after recently requesting that Israel kindly, increase the amount of humanitarian aid that is going into Gaza, right? And this is Matthew Nosferatu Miller here from the State Department, saying that Israel has not so far done that, and he's being pressed by the press. He's being pressed by this journalist in the press pool, saying, so you're saying that Israel failed, right? That they failed. So
just if you look at the stipulated recommendations in the letter, those have not been met at this point.
So that's a fail.
We're not at the end of the period yet. They have not. If you look at the what we ultimately judge, what we ultimately judge on, which is the results on the ground, the results are not good enough today.
Right. No. So that's a fail.
So
they certainly do not have a passing grade. They have failed. I said they failed to implement.
They certainly don't have a passing grade. Okay, so yes. So the answer is yes. You worm.
All of the things that we recommend in that letter. Now, that said, we are not at the end of the 30-day period, and we are in conversation.
Not ready to give them
it's not the end. It's not the end of the semester. We don't hand out grades in the middle.
I suspect that the levity is a little bit inappropriate.
No, do you see his smile gets wiped off his stupid fucking face immediately? He's like, I suspect that the levity is a bit inappropriate given what we're talking about right now. And he's like, he immediately, dude. Look at his God, he looks like a fucking villain, doesn't he? Straight out of Central Casting.
It's not the end. It's not the end of the semester.
We don't give out grades in the middle of the semester.
We don't hand out grades in the middle.
I don't know why I gave him a Trump out.
The Trump a little accent. Bit inappropriate. But look, you guys say they haven't done enough, so it's a fail.
This stupid fucking face.
We are not at the end of where we are able to make an assessment. But I can tell you, the situation has not been good enough for some time, and the situation has not.
For some time? Interesting. For some time, the situation hasn't been good enough. Okay, they've been failing, right? They've been failing, so to speak, right? So that's interesting. During this time that they have been not meeting your standards and not responding to any of your requests, right? So that one, you guys can stay within, you know, your American law, right? The bounds of American law, and also make sure that you don't have any sort of complicity in what Israel is doing. But like, in that whole time, you've done nothing but continue to okay arms deals and continue to spend money on aid to Israel. Billions and billions of dollars worth of aid at the same time. Like, it's so, wait, which is it? Has the situation not been improved sufficiently and does not meet your standards, right? Does not meet your requirements? Or do you completely stand by everything that Israel is doing, right? Because that's like what your actions show, right? Your words are not lining up with your actions here. It's as simple as that. Yo, Jaina, thank you so much for hooking up lesbian hot sauce with a gifty. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sufficiently in the 21, 22 days, whatever it is, since we sent that letter. Okay. There is still a week or so to go until we reach the end of the period, but there is much more that we need to see them do.
Or else what? Like, what if they don't? What's going to happen if they don't? You're going to look at your relationship policy-wise? Like, what is specifically would happen in the event that they have continued to spit in your face publicly, right? To continue to walk all over Joe Biden's foreign policy. What happens? Yeah, for the last 2 semesters, they got an F, but we're still not ready to put them on academic suspension yet. Right. Oh, fuck. Baalbek, Lebanon. So updates out of Lebanon. Widespread destruction around Baalbek after intensive Israeli airstrikes. This is in Duris, Lebanon. What's up, Shireen? Thank you. Jesus. In case you needed more evidence that this was never about Hamas, there you go. There it is. This is Lebanon. This is not Gaza.
I did.
Now let's look at what's happening in Ramallah. Jesus Christ. West Bank residents say Israeli settlers torched cars and shot at locals. And then if they do anything in return, if people in the West Bank retaliate in any sort of way and defend themselves, right? Even if it's like the actual official like police forces in these Palestinian territories in the West Bank, the IDF steps in. The IDF won't do anything directly, outside of like their direct raids in the West Bank, obviously. But like when settlers go on these rampages like this, when settlers go on their little pogroms and start attacking Palestinians and destroying people's land and homes and destroying infrastructure, I should say. The IDF will stand back until somebody does something about it. And if somebody does something about it, like I said, whether it's just a Palestinian citizen in the West Bank, or if it's the official like police forces, under the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank, the IDF will step in and protect, Israeli citizens. This is a terrorist. Yeah, right. Foreign sticks. No, it's just about eradicating Arab folks and hopefully expanding their land.
They burned my car, my colleague's car, my brother's car. There are cars inside that they burned by a petrol tank, which thank God was spared. And our neighbours, they burned their houses and cars.
I heard movement and looked out and saw around 10 to 12 settlers, each one carrying something, some sort of substance they were pouring on cars and setting it on fire. I yelled at them, but they did not care and went on burning cars and going on their way. When we came down to try to extinguish the fire, they started shooting at us.
Bro. See, you do something about it, you're not allowed to do anything about it. You're not allowed to protect your land. You're not allowed to defend yourself, because then if you do, the IDF starts bucking shots at you with American-made weapons. I mean, if the settlers themselves aren't bucking shots at you with American-made weapons themselves. And if you don't believe me about that, like Joe Biden himself has said that he, has mentioned this, right? Worrying about American weapons getting, American M16s and stuff like that getting into the hands of settlers in the illegally occupied West Bank. Officially, the United States government has sanctioned settlers in the West Bank, even if they are individual settlers, which actually means fucking nothing unless you are sanctioning the state that is defending them, right? Which is Israel. The only way sanctions actually work is if they are done to an ally nation, to a friendly nation. Sanctions don't do much at all to countries that are whose economies are designed to not be aligned with yours, like Iran and shit like that. The only types of countries that actually see any sort of meaningful effect from sanctions is friendly allied nations. And sanctioning individual settlers does nothing without the nation that they are from, the state that they are from, that they are a citizen of, doing something about it. A sanction is just like a strongly worded letter. If Israel is not willing to arrest them and send them to the United States or whatever, like, then it's not going to do anything. It doesn't do anything at all. All right, and now our last piece of news, chat. Rejoice. Save the children. Rejoice in the fact that it is our last piece of news, since we are having a short stream tonight, and we're going to be going directly into comfy content after this. Okay, so last piece of news. We hit the sub goal today, so we locked in fun reacts after this. Save the children in Gaza. Israel bombs polio vac site. Bans UNRWA in attacks on humanitarian aid. Let's go.
This is Democracy Now!,
democracynow.org, War Peace
Report. I'm Amy.
She did it differently in other parts of the same episode. She does it like depending on the segment. She'll go War, Peace, and the Presidency. I'm Amy Goodman. Or she'll go the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Fucking insane, dude.
Goodman. It was another deadly weekend in Gaza, where UNICEF reports more than 50 children were killed in Israeli strikes on the Jabalia refugee camp in the span of 48 hours. 2 residential buildings sheltering hundreds of displaced Palestinians were reportedly leveled in the attack. UNICEF is also demanding Israel launch an immediate investigation after a vehicle driven by one of its staff members came under fire by an Israeli quadcopter flying above Jabalia this weekend. Jesus. Meanwhile, the World Health Organization said at least 4 children were injured after Israeli forces dropped a stun grenade on a polio immunization center in Gaza.
A stun grenade on a polio fucking... Most moral army. The most moral army strikes again with an act of morality, you know? Oh my fucking God, dude. Dropping a stun grenade on kids that have polio is crazy. You know, kids who are getting their polio vaccines, that's crazy, dude.
Gaza City's Sheikh Radwan district. Israel's attack came despite agreeing to a humanitarian pause in order to carry out the final phase
Humanitarian
of the polio
pause.
immunization.
Those humanitarian pauses were only in for 3 hours every day or every other day. Or no, it was for 3 hours a day every like 3 days or something like that. And they are in only a specific zone, not in the entirety of Gaza. It's like in a specific area that they determine ahead of time, and they don't tell you where until the day of. Yeah, so it's like they put all these restrictions on how you can implement any of these things, which is like, so they can still say that like we allowed aid into Gaza, but they did everything in their power to, you know, make it difficult as shit, right? Make all of the logistics necessary for these operations absolutely fucking borderline impossible. Right? So it's like you can still say that they allowed aid in, but like, you know,
campaign after it was postponed in October due to Israel's indiscriminate bombardment, siege, and repeated targeting of humanitarian aid workers. This is a Palestinian mother of 3 speaking from Gaza City.
I stayed here in northern Gaza along with all my children and came here to give my children the polio vaccine. They were supposed to get it a month ago, but due to the Israeli offensive and the siege, it was delayed a month. We hope it will protect the children against polio. I call on the world to stop the genocide of northern Gaza because we are literally dying. Those who do not die from bombardments are dying from hunger.
And that is like, if you don't want to believe the people from Gaza, if you don't want to believe Democracy Now!, if you don't want to believe me, you can just go to the IDF. Just go to the state of Israel, to, you know, government officials of Israel, and hear what they have to say about the current strategy in northern Gaza. The current strategy in northern Gaza is one of extermination, and they have explicitly stated as such. That the goal is to expel forcefully expel everybody from North Gaza, and anybody that stays will be killed. It's literally textbook forced displacement. Like they're saying it themselves. You don't need to take her word for it. You don't need to take, you know, left-leaning progressive news outlets or you know, leftist streamers. You don't have to take our word for it or their word for it. Just like go straight to the most moral military and you know, and their leaders and what they've said publicly about this strategy in North Gaza.
Some 15,000 children under the age of 10 in towns across northern Gaza, including Jabalia, Beit Lahia, and Beit Hanun, still remain inaccessible and will likely not receive this dose of the oral polio vaccine due to Israel's attacks and blockade. This all comes as 15...
It's like you can allow the vaccines in, you can allow the staff in that are going to administer and distribute these vaccines, but if you fucking bomb them, if you shoot at them, if you drop stun grenades into tents where they're giving out fucking vaccines to children, then, you know, you kind of like get in the way of that, to say the least. Holy shit, dude.
Humanitarian groups are describing the situation in northern Gaza as apocalyptic, with top UN officials again warning the entire Palestinian population in North Gaza is, quote, at imminent risk of dying from disease, famine, and violence. Unquote. The region has been under an Israeli siege for nearly a month while Israel continues to block life-saving humanitarian aid from entering North Gaza. Aid groups fear the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza will soon worsen as Israel has officially notified the UN that it's cut off ties to UNRWA, the UN Agency for Palestine Refugees.
And the ads that they took out, the state of Israel spent money on advertising on twitter.com. All right, that said explicitly, UNRWA is a terrorist organization infiltrated by terrorists, and you don't need UNRWA because you have these other organizations, and it lists UNICEF, it lists the World Food Program, it lists a whole bunch of other United Nations organizations
as if they aren't also at the same time saying that the entirety of the United Nations is biased against the state of Israel. Right? As if they aren't constantly trying to discredit the United Nations. Constantly, right? Like, if it's not UNRWA, it's gonna be UNICEF. It's gonna be the World Food Program. Remember that they killed World Central Kitchen workers. Like, they spent money on advertising for social media to convince you that these international organizations are terrorist organizations and they are not to be supported, and that Israel, in fact, is the arbiter of truth here, right? They know the real story, which is why, you know, they're spending money on fucking ads on Twitter, the anti-Semitic platform where anti-Semitism is rampant, not from people saying from the river to the sea, but people who are posting like fucking fucked up race, you know, actually anti-Semitic fucking racist images of, like, you know, Jews underneath people's posts and shit. People are posting the like, you know, the Star of David in shit like that. People are just straight up posting clips of Hitler. Like, there are real life Nazis on Twitter being very open about their views, right? Being very open about their views. But, you know, the only platforms that are getting any smoke are like for some reason, well, we know why, like Twitch right now, for example. Twitch. And not YouTube, not Rumble, not Twitter. Like, these are the platforms where there is there's all sorts of legit anti-Semitism, that there is no question about it. And it's not like secret anti-Semitism where they're saying Zionist and they really mean Jew. It's not secret anti-Semitism like a lot of people on the left are accused of. It's straight up anti-Semitism where they don't mask it. They just say it straight up. But no, people on the left are going to get the smoke anyway. Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. My point is, like, the state of Israel is taking out ads to convince people of the world that they are, you know, that the UN is a terrorist organization, right? And that's that they deserve to be, like, all those staff members, like, deserve to die and, like, whatever, because they're all terrorist supporters, right? And they're taking out these ads to convince you of this on one of the most anti-Semitic platforms out there, right? Like, owned by Elon Musk, who has openly tweeted multiple times about white replacement theory. Like, it's so fucking stupid. It's so fucking stupid.
Directly to Deir al-Balah in Gaza, where we're joined by Rachel Cummings, Save the Children's international humanitarian director and team lead there in Gaza. Rachel, can you describe what's happening on the ground and what you're calling for?
Hello, and thanks for the opportunity. I mean, we are calling for a ceasefire, a definitive ceasefire. You know, children in Gaza are facing an extraordinary situation. You've described it extremely well in terms of the constant onslaught and bombardment of children in Gaza, in the north, in the middle area, and in the south of Gaza, across the whole of the Gaza Strip. You know, we have over 14,000 children who have been killed. You referenced the 50 children that were killed most recently in an attack in a shelter in the north of Gaza. But this is a constant bombardment and children are dying every single day. There is not enough food in Gaza. There is not enough water and clean water for people in Gaza. The situation is absolutely desperate.
In my opinion,
and so what exactly?
It's not even like, Zionism is anti-Semitic. One is because Zionism is a political ideology. Okay, and if you think that you know, in order to be Jewish, you have to support the political ideology of Zionism, that is anti-Semitic. If you're saying that you're not actually a real Jew, right, unless you support the state of Israel and unless you support the political ideology that is Zionism, that's an anti-Semitic statement, right? To say that you are, like, the only way that you can be a real Jew, or that all Jews definitely believe one thing, that's anti-Semitic. It's very fucking simple. It's like, it's such a baby. It's so easy to understand. Like, right? You have to be very, very, very fucking, you have to be operating in a very cynical way. You have to be very, we'll say, bad faith. You know what I mean? To be saying silly things like that.
It has to happen in at this moment. Describe the level of aid you can get and the polio immunization programs being stopped because of the bombardment.
You know, the fact that the centre that was providing the polio vaccines was attacked at this time is unfathomable. It's extraordinary that that event has happened. And of course, that will have a knock-on effect and an impact, not only of the people that were impacted at that time, but then the faith and the trust for women and parents and family members take their children to health centres. You know, it's very important, obviously, for children to be vaccinated, but with the attacks on healthcare that are...
More Zionists in the world than there are Jews, which is why I always mention, you know, that the biggest portion of the world's population of people who would refer to themselves as Zionists, right? Who you know are like Zion, who are Zionists. Most of them are white people, white Christian evangelicals in the American South. So like, how is it that some people can be secretly using the word Zionist to mean Jew when most Zionists are actually Christians? It doesn't make any sense.
People will have lost faith and trust in the safety or the presumed safety of going to healthcare facilities to receive vaccines. So the knock-on effect on that will be massive. Now, what we need is improved access to humanitarian supplies, bring supplies in to Gaza, and then, of course, safe passage of those supplies and of our teams to be able to then reach the populations who are most in need. Every day, humanitarian workers, Save the Children staff, our partners, and other humanitarian workers across the whole of Gaza are literally risking their lives to deliver life-saving services to children and their families. This is an extraordinary and a very unique situation that we're seeing in Gaza. To be a child in Gaza, and I'm in Deir al-Balah at the moment in the middle area of the Gaza Strip, but it's a miserable existence for children. They're living under this constant fear. They've had no formal education for over 12 months now, so that normality of life, that routine and education provides a degree of protection for children, not only for their physical health, but also for their mental health. We're deeply, deeply concerned about the mental health of 1 million children in Gaza. Every single child in Gaza has been affected by this war.
And if you could comment more on the targeting...
I can't even, it just... Sometimes it becomes too much. You know, you've been, if you're a regular here, you've probably been here at times where, you know, stories surrounding children in Gaza, like, have been a little much for me. It's fucking... I just can't even fathom. What that existence is like. It's so horrible. I don't have the right words to explain like the dread that it makes me feel. Like I don't have the right words to explain like just the sinking feeling inside when I see those children and I hear about those stories and I see those x-rays and I hear the stories from doctors. It's so fucking beyond horrible, beyond the worst possible things that I could even imagine, you know?
Humanitarian aid workers, and Israel now officially notifying the UN it's cut off ties with UNRWA. How important is UNRWA in getting aid to and being observed?
Because like when I mentioned that Israel taking out ads on Twitter, the anti-Semitic platform, right, the Nazi platform,
when I talked about Israel taking out that ad, trying to convince Twitter users that UNRWA and the UN is a terrorist organization, and that there are other organizations that we don't need UNRWA because we also have UNICEF and also World Food Program, and they mentioned a few others. I could probably find the tweet. Let's see. But like the fact is that UNRWA is largely responsible for the distribution of the aid that those other organizations bring in. Like the logistical infrastructure or logistics infrastructure, whatever, required to distribute humanitarian aid is largely UNRWA's infrastructure. UNRWA is the one that is responsible for most of the actual distribution of the aid. So it's like you are fucking those other organizations' ability to distribute aid. All right, but let me find what I was talking about. Did I not save it? Fuck. Did I think I screenshotted it. Maybe I can pull up the screenshot. Let's see. Screenshots. Maybe not. Unfortunately. Whatever. I don't need to show you the specific tweet or the advertisement that the Israel Twitter account took out. I guess it's probably on their account. Let's see. Fuck. Maybe they don't do their ads. Do ads show up on their? They should, right? Because it's just a post that you take out, like that you pay to promote, right? So it should just be a post on their thing. Maybe if I go. Oh, wait, did I just find it? No, this is another post saying that UNRWA is a terrorist organization. Poggers. Did you block them? No, unfortunately, no. It'd be cooler to block them, but this is like, unfortunately, I need to see what they're posting for this reason. I can't fucking find it anyway. Oh wait, no, I found it. Yes, this is it. Yo, Bagel Rabbit, thank you so much for the raid. What's up? Welcome in. I'm Tofu. We talk about the news and stuff. We're about to actually, we're on the tail end of our news coverage for the day. And then since chat hit the sub goal today, we're going to be doing just some fun, chill reacts here very soon. But I hope you guys had a good stream. Shouts out Bagel Rabbit. What were y'all up to? Shouts out. Welcome in. Right now I'm looking for a post from the state of Israel that they took out an ad on, or like they paid money to twitter.com, the anti-Semitic platform, to promote. So they use this post as an ad to say that UNRWA is made up of terrorists, which has been not proven, right? Unproven. But they're saying that's okay though, because you don't need UNRWA. We're about to cancel UNRWA officially. So that's okay though, because we have the WFP, the World Food Program, UNICEF, and the World Health Organization. Like, like I said, UNRWA is responsible for distributing the aid that comes from these organizations largely. And two, these right here are UN organizations. It makes no fucking sense for you to be saying that. It makes no fucking sense. Yo, Forlorn, thank you so much for gifting to Bagel Rabbit. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was chill. I was talking a little politics myself, first time ever doing it, but seemed to go pretty okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Well, everybody go follow Bagel Rabbit. Hope you had a good stream. Welcome in. Thank you for bringing your community over here. If you're curious about what we've covered today, before you guys came in, !watching in the chat will get you a link to this playlist that contains all the videos that we've watched. You'll have to rewind in the VOD to get the articles that we've read, but I do share them in the chat, so if you rewind the VOD, you can get the links to those articles. But we started off light. We do a little daily dose of internet, then some new music videos that have come out recently. Then we do headlines, US and international headlines, and then we get into more specific stories. Today's going to be like a short one for me, shorter than usual. Or at least, I mean, it's already coming up on 5 hours, so I have to end here soon. But so we only have talked about like the election and some international news, because I'm going to get out of here earlier than usual, because tomorrow I'm going to be streaming pretty much all day, covering the election with some friends. So that'll be cool. But let's finish up this video so we can do comfy content, sooner rather than later.
On the ground to what's happening there in Gaza, where you are.
It's hard to quantify or describe how important, how essential UNRWA is for the humanitarian endeavor, the humanitarian response in Gaza. But Gaza is, and has been for many decades, of course, wholly reliant and integrated within UNRWA, or rather UNRWA is integrated within the whole of Gaza and the Palestinian population. So as humanitarian agencies, we heavily rely on UNRWA to receive fuel.
Right. So it's like, okay, Save the Children is still in Gaza, right? She's in Deir al-Balah, right? So like, well, what do you need UNRWA for? You have Save the Children, you have UNICEF, you have these other organizations. They're telling you themselves that they require UNRWA's infrastructure. UNRWA is responsible, has the infrastructure, has the logistic capability to be able to distribute the aid. All of these other organizations rely on UNRWA, so you are cucking all of those other organizations by canceling officially UNRWA's ability to operate. Yo, Jinx, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. What's up? Welcome in. What were y'all up to? Shouts out, Jinx. I saw you guys were gaming actually earlier. I hope it was fun. Dragon Age the Veilguard. There you go. I'm Tofu. If you've never been here before, we cover the news, but we're about to be finished with the news. And when we're done with the news, we're going to do, since chat hit the sub goal, we're going to do some comfy content very soon. And we're going to, end stream a little bit earlier than normal. Usually I go to like 5, sometimes 6 in the morning for me. But we're going to get out of here, hopefully by a little bit after 3, after we do some comfy content, since chat hit the sub goal. Welcome in Nanao Gaming. What's up?
Coordination of access and movement of supplies. So UNRWA are a huge provider of life-saving services. Every day they're providing over 15,000 consultations in the health facilities. Hundreds of thousands of people are living in the UNRWA-designated shelters that were previous UNRWA schools. Every sort of strand of society is wrapped up with UNRWA. So the cessation of UNRWA in terms of providing humanitarian life-saving support to the population here is extraordinary to even consider.
Rachel Cummings, I want to thank you so much for being with us. Save the Children's International Humanitarian Director and Team Lead in Gaza, speaking to us from Deir al-Balah.
Legend, superheroes, okay? People like them who are willing to put their lives in danger and go into Gaza and and dedicate time to helping people. They are the best that humanity has to offer, and they are in so much danger. The state of Israel has killed so many humanitarian aid workers like them. Just like so many people have died. Like record numbers have died. So like the people who choose to remain there, I don't even know if respect is the right word. I'm in awe of them. You know what I mean? Like I more than respect them. I am speechless and in awe of how fucking brave, they are, and how fucking caring and compassionate, they are. It's just like, what a grand example of a fucking good person. You know what I mean? Just fuck. Yeah, doctors, everybody. Just you are the best of that this world has to offer, and so many of the best that humanity has to offer have been snuffed out. So many of the brightest lights have been snuffed out by the rogue apartheid state of Israel. Fuck. And it's going to only get harder for them with this news with UNRWA. It's only going to get harder. Only going to get harder. So, we heard from Kamala Harris saying that, she says that, today that she's going to do everything in her power. Everything in her power is her exact words to see an end to the conflict in Gaza. Like everything in her power, when there is just one thing that can be done. There is only one point of leverage that one entity has. There's only one point of leverage that any entity has, and the entity is the United States, and that point of leverage is the arms and money that is constantly flowing to the state of Israel from the United States. That's it. Just that one thing. Yeah, Fox 2, I read that a couple times and I wasn't sure, but I didn't do anything about it because I figured that's not what you meant. I meant that her ending the conflict would be death. Yeah, no, you're good, Fox 2. It took me at first. I was like, wait, what? But then I didn't delete it or anything because I figured that that's what you meant. Yeah. But thank you for clarifying, because sometimes it's hard to tell what people are meaning through text or whatever. So I appreciate you clarifying. But anyways, chat, we did it. We went through all the news that I had for us today. I meant for it to be even faster and to be even shorter as far as like the news portion of this stream, because I wanted it to be, much more brief, but that's just the way it goes. Okay. 5 hours later, we're finally done with the news. Yo. Uh-oh.
CIA donated $3. Anything you say? Well, we may have a busy holiday season.
Uh-oh. Well, good thing I have my parking passes here for Langley, Central Intelligence Agency parking passes here. So good thing I'll be covered. I'll be covered there. I'll be covered there. Thank you so much, CIA, for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Outside Twitch, I am 10% sarcastic. Oh, wait, outside Twitch, I don't get it. I don't know what you mean. Anyways, chat, it's fun stuff time. I have to go pee though, so we are going to take a quick ad break before we get into comfy content. But since we hit the sub goal today, thank you so much for all the support, by the way. I really appreciate it. We're going to get into some fun stuff. We'll look at Eamon Animations. We'll look at Urban Rescue Ranch. We'll look at Fantano. Maybe we'll look at some gift gas, maybe some NPR music. Who knows? Who fucking knows, chat? But I do know that it's going to be comfy cozy and it's going to be fun as hell. All right, and you deserve it. Thank you so much for all the support. Speaking of support, Yarn Dragon 2008 with another gifty to BR203215. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the support, chat. It really means a lot. Also, reminder, another reason why it means a lot, all the support, is that tomorrow I might not be streaming on my account, which means, no gifties, no bits, no donos, right? So if I'm if I'm going to be live on somebody else's account, that means, you know, no money comes my way. So if you enjoy this stream, if you enjoy the content, if you get something, anything at all out of the way that I curate the news, you know, please consider supporting. But before we continue on, we must run an ad break, like I said. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost Broadcast, when we run ads, we run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed to the channel, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream, support me, the streamer, and also in doing so, get access to really cool Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can also upgrade your sub from tier 1 to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to even more super exclusive Tofu Ghost emotes, and to also help me, your favorite streamer ever of all time, get closer to achieving Partner Plus, which would give me a 70-30 split of all the money you also generously give to me every month. You can also throw bits or a dono my way, $3 specifically, for a TTS message. You saw how that works with the CIA, my boss, sending me a $3 bonus there a few minutes ago. Donos are cool because they go straight into my wallet and I can actually use them immediately. Like on food for after stream. That would actually specifically be a very pog thing. So that's a great reason to do that as well. Yo, Sticky Monkey Flowers with 100 bits. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. right. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for sitting through those ads. Sitting through the ads is a great way to support this stream, but holy shit, speaking of supporting this stream, Folistan with the 5 community gift subs. Holy shit. If you got a gifty from somebody, please make sure to thank them. Thank you so much, Folistan. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, Nori420, the legend, the icon. Thank you so much for hooking up Anarchist tech support and also hooking up Small Forest. I appreciate it. Setting off a hype train. You guys are fucking awesome. We already did Praxis, so here's this one. Thank you so much, chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the support. We can get in a little jam session before we do some comfy content. Let's fucking go, baby. Hate the cops. Shit a lot. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you got a gifty, please make sure to thank the person that gifted you. Very generous, very kind. Juxtaposition.
Just so you know, I brought some veggies and a can of beans. Now we got the water and soup for our family.
Stay dangerous.
It's okay to take a risk. Give a fuck
about the police. Like me, give me some dabs. Ooh, if you hate cops like me, then shake that ass. If you hate cops like me, LA cab. Cops just like me, then do that dance, or do that bonk dance, baby. Yo, Anarchist tech support, thank you so much for paying forward the gifty you got from Nori and hooking up sticky monkey flowers. Whenever it says that, it helps out a lot because that goes straight towards my Partner Plus goal. So thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Juggernaut. Going too off. Just like a boob job.
They wanna know what I think when I was first. How that popped into my head.
This shit is bonkers.
Bong, 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 what the students say. From Columbia, Uni, all the way
to LA. Yo, Stabby Squirrel, thank you so much for hooking up Keeper Fino. Let's go. Thank you so much. It's a life lesson. Anything can be the right weapon if you're resourceful. If you're resourceful, chat. If you're resourceful. To shake that ass. Cops like me, the yellow cab. Do the bonk dance, baby. Let's go. Yo, Comrade Sun Wukong with the fresh tier 1 sub. Thank you so much, Comrade. I appreciate you. That helps out immensely with my Partner Plus goal. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome. Hell yeah. Banger. Absolute fucking banger alert. Thank you so much, chat. Thank you for all the support. You guys are fucking awesome. The coolest. I'm very, very grateful for this community. I have the coolest job around, and trust me, there's not a day that goes by that I don't fucking feel extremely grateful for that. Thank you so much. This community has changed my life in so many positive ways. You guys are fucking cool. Seriously. The fucking coolest. Who going to Comic-Con? There's a Comic-Con? What? Yeah, I'm gonna be tabling. I'm gonna be in the anarcho-syndicalist section. Yeah, that's right. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna be tabling. It's gonna be awesome. Yo, Stabby Squirrel with the gifty to Beanie Baby. Good username. Thank you so much. Thank you, Stabby Squirrel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're awesome. If you got a gifty from somebody, please make sure to thank them. It means a lot, especially today, because like I said, tomorrow I probably won't be streaming on my stream, on my account, which means no subbies. You know the deal. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Let's do some chill shit. Chill shit. When I say comfy content, all right, I mean that like very loosely as we get started here with our chill portion of the stream. Yo, Jaina with 1,000 itty bitty titties all up in my face. That's crazy. It's true, chat. Anything can be built at home if you're resourceful enough. Monka, where are you gonna be? Because done if it's required. Tofu coverage. I mean, I'm gonna be with Rhizome, Cinemarxism, and Gremlo, the whole fucking the gang. Tomorrow we're gonna be live on Gremlo's stream at 3 p.m. Starting at 3 p.m. PST to go over, obviously, you know what we're gonna be going over. DIY 3D printed guidance. What the fuck? 3D printed visual guidance surface to air rocket? I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. This is... Huh? What the fuck? Jaina, you're so insane. What the fuck is this? Are we allowed to see this? Is this okay? It's on YouTube? What the fuck? This is so stupid. Yo, what's up, Doodlebird? Why is this here? It's probably not the most efficient rocket, right? If it's made out of these materials, no? And that's definitely not Jaina's hand. That's definitely not Jaina. Lightweight, solid power to weight ratio. Yo, Stabby Squirrel with another gifty. Thank you so much for gifting to the troll. Thank you. Thank you so much. Whoa. Are they gonna just launch it? I hope so. I want to see if it works. This fucking music, dude. It's not a missile, it's a rocket. Slash friendly and safe. Slash non-defense related. Ooh, it's got a little eyeball. That's for the visual guidance part. Look at that shit. Surface to air Miss Sussy on that motherfucker. We've got little lights in it. Whoa. I hate this. This is actually scary. Bro, what? Dude, when the Miss Sussy fucking beeps, dude. There's a tiny condominium in there. Oh, it looks nice. That shit would be $1,000 a month in LA. Bro, you better be careful. It's gonna fucking blow your phone up, dude. This dude has definitely... The owner of this channel has definitely had a knock on his door. We'll just say that. Or this dude works in defense, and this is when he's not at the office designing fucking, weapons to melt brown people, to brown children. He's like doing it at home because he really loves this shit for the love of the game. Yeah, probably works at Angelo. That's what I was gonna say. This motherfucker is like, he is, you know, off for the weekend. He's got the weekend, you know, and he's off for the weekend. His kids are at his ex-wife's house. So he's making his own fucking, you know, 3D printed, you know, surface, you know, visual guided fucking surface to air missile because he's bored, dude. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Wait, show me. No, you gotta launch it. Bro, that's bitch made, bro. You did all that. We're making it. Exactly, bro. Dude, they definitely, if you are not a Fed yourself, like, they definitely knocked on your door. Man, I'm not using my 3D printer to its full potential. Inspiring stuff here. Yeah, I just been making keychains, bro. This dude made a ballistic missile. Not a ballistic missile, whatever. A missile, okay? He made a fucking missile. This is an hour long. Rocket mode. Okay, you guys are insane. Okay. All right. This ends here. This meme ends here. You guys are getting Aiming animations, folks. This meme ends here. All right. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. I kind of missed the meme. Now I kind of missed the meme.
Last night, I did what happens to be the longest streak I've ever had of not taking a shower. About a month and a half.
Oh, Jesus.
And I made a tweet about this.
Oh, man.
I haven't showered in a month.
I kind of miss talking about the military-industrial complex. Can we go back to talking about the military-industrial complex?
A lot of people who, I suppose,
that was more chill than this.
Thought that I was lying.
Oh, no.
And a lot of my real viewers said that it was a good start.
Oh.
Get the dead rat out. I don't need to anymore. It doesn't smell bad. It would. The thing is, I used to use a dead rat as an alarm clock.
I hate this story. Ew! It makes me. It makes me. It makes me like shudder thinking about it. I hate this story. I know this story. This story is real. This is actually him talking. This is a real story. Ew.
For my stream, because basically what happened was whenever the sun would come up, it would start cooking the corpse of the rat, and then it would start smelling again, and then the smell would wake me up, and then I would know, oh shit, it's time to stream.
It's time to fucking stream. It's fucking stream time, boys. What's that? Oh, the smell of rotting fucking rat corpse? That's right. It's time to fucking stream, boys. Fire up OBS, bitches. It's time. Fire up OBS. Fire up World of Warcraft. We're dropping in, boys. Like, what the fuck?
Fuck! There are plenty of things that I have ignored them for long enough they did go away. Ignoring problems works very regularly. I'll give you an example.
That's the best thing. That is the best advice. This is, see, motherfuckers want to act like, okay, motherfuckers are out here talking about how men don't have any good role models. Okay, and how nobody like cares about men anymore. Hello, look at this guy. This guy has some of the best advice ever. Wow.
Fuck! There are plenty of things that I have ignored them for long enough they did go away. Ignoring problems works very regularly. I'll give you an example.
Yep.
My teeth were a problem.
Yeah.
I ignored them.
Right.
They went away.
They went away.
Why is there blood? Well, I used to have problems with my teeth, right? And so what I have to do is like my teeth would bleed at night, so it would just like accumulate and dry in my mouth. So like whenever I'd wake up, I'd take my finger and I'd just dig it out of my gums, and I'd just smear it on the wall.
Come on! That's real.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you kidding me?
I just think the entire video game industry has gone woke and gay. Like, what happened to a masculine dude with a hot shirt on his
True though.
I love that.
True though, like, where the fuck is Duke Nukem? Okay, like, how come there's been no good, like, Duke Nukems other than the original Duke Nukem? I know that there's, like, a bunch of Duke Nukems that exist, and I've not played any of them except for the original Duke Nukem, but why hasn't more been done with Duke Nukem? I fucking love Duke Nukem. Like, honestly, true, dude. What the fuck? Where's Duke Nukem?
Idea of Xbox Game Pass, but I swear every time I open it up and look for new games, there's just so many games that look gay now.
These different social issues, I think, for a lot of gamers, and I find it to be very disappointing to see it whenever I'm watching like a new trailer on my stream, and there's, oh my god, there's a fucking black person. Oh my god, there's a woman. And then I see my chat stream and everybody is spamming woke. They're like, oh, woke game. Oh, no, another girl protagonist.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, 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 no. No. What is this? I don't like this. He's back. Holy shit.
What's the probability that the government wants to frame the Tate brothers? Probably 50%. The government frames people all the time. Like, if we've seen anything out of like any of the leaks from, the way that they tried to, fuck with Martin Luther King.
Yeah, if we've learned anything from Martin Luther King, it's that, you know what I mean? It's that, like, they would definitely come for the Tate brothers in the same way. Totally.
That? Yeah. It's Romania? Okay. I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws
Tate, literally the same thing.
I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. No, I don't feel bad for them. I don't care.
I would like to thank my top patrons: Dan, Overa, Dark Sunshine, Curio, Drops a Lot, The Iron Giant, Summer 13, Budumpish, Uncle Dave,
that was the video.
Alfred Jeremko Young, Sebastian De Natale, Dennis, Hunter Fernandez, John Rundin, Nels Chomsky, Eagle Sedita, M. Kai Duffy, Jay Nira, author of Raven's Dream, S.E.
That was a lot.
Gregornius, Kaylee Vision, Luke Stein, Sui Cyber, Colin Randall, Gustavo Aguiar, Werewolf, B-Man is Good, Listopia, Carl Sagan Deluxe, Milton Friedman, Seth Baker,
Milton Friedman,
Salov 88, Tom Servo 5, Fairhurst, Dan F, Blitzwitch. Thank you all.
Milton Friedman.
It would be fun, they said.
All right. Oh my God. Something. What's you? We're finally safe, chat. We've made it to the Urban Rescue Ranch. All is well.
Let's go, kids. What the skimmity?
Hello.
What the?
They're about 2 inches long. Look at these eggs. Come on, children. This little turd just jumped right up and scratched my eyeball. Oh,
he's got a Drake and Josh shirt on? Dude.
Jump up and scratch my
What the
eyeball. Fuck? This is what I do, you guys. I just grab her like this, and then I go... But these are just little monsters, you guys. They're cute,
They're so
I love
cute.
them, but they're still just little monsters at the end of the day. And that other little guy comes up, oh, excuse me, and he'll attack my feet now if he comes by.
The fucking Satan spoke through him for a moment there.
I think she is getting more crazy.
Oh, wait, it's a silly shirt. Who's that on his shirt?
Feet now if he comes by. Look at that. They fight each other. I think she is.
Yes, we are, says Anarcho Bobcat. What's happening here? Something tells me that's not actually Drake and Josh, you guys, and this is a meme.
Is getting more crazy, you guys. Having this other Bobcat here is making her a little bit less tolerable, at least for having in the house. This is a little too much for me, almost. Just kidding. You think I'm some kind of
Feet
weak man?
people arrive.
By a little Bob, Tibby. She should be uncomfortable with me. Hey, and you should be uncomfortable with me if you don't like this video. Oh, my
Hey, yo.
goodness. What the skimmity?
What the Sigma?
poke. When I'm through with her, she's gonna be the strongest Tibby in the world, and eventually she'll grow up to hopefully eat and kill Kevin. Wow, look at this little guy.
Take it back.
And they love each other, you guys.
Oh, they're getting
And most
along now.
importantly, they're leaving me alone. Putting these guys together is probably the best thing I could have done. Look at this, you guys. I give them whole chicken
Twins.
backs.
Oh my god.
You can get chicken backs at the HEB for like $1 for 5 pounds or something.
Chicken
super
back?
These are just the scraps of the chicken. But there's tons of calcium in it, still tons of protein, and it's perfect for these guys. They made a mess in here.
Is it just like cartilage and bones and shit?
But ultimately, you guys, cats are still pretty clean, even the wild ones. And this is what the porch looks like now, you guys. I have it all set up, but next week it's going to start to get kind of cold. And by that, I mean the low for the night is going to be like
Basically,
49.
yeah.
And while that's not dangerous for literally any of my animals,
They're gonna get so big. They don't get that big. They're I mean, they're gonna get bigger, but like they're like 2 feet tall. Well, I guess that's pretty big actually.
Tiny baby cappies, especially that one that looks a little sickly. So what I'm gonna do, you guys, is catch that one
Something
little
like
baby
that.
cappy, and my friend,
But they're gonna be friendly, right?
Feeding is gonna come over. And
Oh,
take one,
look at see though, they're friends. Look at how cute.
And at least while it's cold, like it's gonna be.
They surely won't rip my throat out, right?
Kind of cold for a little baby. They'll be able to stay indoors and be bottle fed until they get a little bit more meat on their bones.
Look at that
Cappies
thing,
can handle
dude.
40-degree temperatures even when they're young if it's dry. The last thing we need is one of those precious little babies.
Yeah, it's Drake. Okay, god damn it.
But it's Gord's fault for
His
having
shirts
them
are
this
so
late
dumb.
in the year. But if you guys remember, even though that first batch of cappies was born only a little bit ago, back then the lows for the night were in the 70s. All right, everybody, take a look at this. All these guys were swimming in here, and there's garbanzo beans. But for some reason,
Unionized strikes again. Unionized teaming up with
I don't know what's going on.
90s
here,
Ocean teaming up with Unionized.
Almost empty in here, you guys. Look how it's just going downhill. But look at this, you guys. All these little babies are hanging out together. It's still nice and warm.
Oh my god!
I think these little guys
Look at them! They're so small.
Also, just so you guys see, this was a huge 20-pound bucket of raccoon formula, and this is all we have left of it. Oh my goodness! This little runt that you guys remember from the last video for my friends to be bottle fed. Okay, the boy cat is now up here for some reason. Just like that orange Tibby we used to have, this guy just, look at him, he just climbed up here. No!
What are you doing up there?
Hooray, salmon and cat trap to the rescue. Look at this, you guys. This one's over here climbing all over me, and this one's
What
over
the
there
Sigma?
staying far away. Go get him, Tibby. Go get him. But yep, I am not using that ladder anymore, at least until these guys are out of the house. Go scare them further in there. You two stay in here together. And now I'm finally going to cut that collar off of him before he chokes on it. Okay, there it is, you guys. I finally got it off. That wasn't so bad, was it, you little stupid goober? Look at these two, though. They love each other. It's pretty easy to tell the difference between them. This guy has different colored eyes completely. And this one's a bit smaller. Her eyes are a little bit more olive, and his eyes are a bit more tan. Other than that, for the most part, these guys look about the same. All right, Sigmas, it's a new day. Don't mind my little flag down there.
Capybaras are cute and all, but if you cooked one, I'd eat it. Take it back right now.
The first real day of fall. A cold front blew in last night, and it is now 55 degrees. This is the coldest it's been since last winter. Heck, it might even be too windy to film, but I'm going to go ahead and check on the baby cappies and make sure they're not dead. You guys are probably wondering, Uncle Ben, why didn't you bring them inside, you goober? Well, I gave the runt to my friend a bottle feed, but let's check on the other two babies. Okay, yeah, it looks like they are shivering.
They're so fucking cute.
Out of the pond and into here, and I did that because I wanted them to be able to go in there. Going up to the high 70s today.
We'll just ignore the Gadsden flag.
Catching these little
we'll just ignore that.
Patrick just kissed me over the fence. Come on, guys, let's get into the shelter. Come on, everybody into the shelter. Come on, let's go, kids. Oh,
you talked about Peanut the squirrel. Actually, I didn't. Chat said that I don't need to know about what happened with Peanut, so I was like, all right,
came in here
fuck
to
it,
get
dude.
buried in all this hay. Calm down. That's Kumala too. He's the friendly one. And I finally got the whole herd in one photo.
What?
And I can't believe we
Family
went from
photo.
having two little babies to this big herd. Although Gordon Quandale were basically gifts to me.
Yeah, fuck Peanut. Damn, bro.
Actually, we're surrendered. They were
It's like
rescued
that?
from a dude in North Texas, and they were freezing their butts off during that last winter storm. I think he felt bad for them, so he finally gave them to me. They were also both
that's a
male,
squirrel, bro.
which they're not as valuable. And people always just get rid of the males. Yeah, here we go. Come on, children, get on up there.
Oh my God, they're so small
get on
and
up there.
cute.
Okay,
I
some of
love
them. Are crawling
them.
under there. That's fine too. Look at these eggs. Come on, children. I'm getting
Look, capybara eggs.
All right, I got a melon for them. I'm just gonna put that in there, and that'll work. The melon trick always works. Look at this, guys. There's some cardinals over on the tree over there in the pond.
I can't see them. Oh,
there
there they are.
Songbirds. And my dog Shlubu, and these creatures are doing well. I'm gonna go ahead and open up the
Look at
pond
all
for
those
them.
chickens.
They really want to go back here, but I'm gonna cut all this grass, and there's really no grass back here. But I'm gonna cut all these weeds pretty soon. I don't want them going back there because there's all kinds of cracks in the ground. Even these, I think, are a little dangerous for them. I covered this with the hoses. Boo Boo says, "Dad, it's so cold."
Puppy.
Look at how just gorgeous this little man is now, you guys. His button bucks get bigger and bigger every day. Now they're about 2 inches long. What a beautiful, beautiful animal. And Boo Boo still has all of his spots because that's how the Axis deer do. The baby's over there playing with those cords per usual. He actually broke them. Now these lights don't work
Stupid
at all.
ass, though,
We're chewing on my
baby.
little cord. But look at this, you guys. Even an adult male axis deer will just have this exact pattern on his butt. Speaking of adult appearance, Patrick is now almost completely black. Look how beautiful he is now.
Wow.
All right, dog, you're making me mad. Oh, he just farted. What is that down there, the baby?
Stop!
This cord still works, but you can see him
Don't
bending
do
on it.
that.
Like, that actually kind of broke the first part of this one. Oh, look, they're all in there.
Bro.
Now. Yeah, I didn't need to get the melon. I'll still grab the melon just in case. Those guys can hang out underneath there and in there. I spread out a hay bale for them, so they're gonna be fine. The baby's drinking out of this water because it's super clean, but I think there's a floater in there. A perfect meal for the Cara.
Oh, no, Peanut, no.
Thankfully, it's still super warm in here for all the crocs. Hello, Freak Bob. How are you today? This poor creature can't see a thing. I can also just move the cappies in here, but I'm pretty sure they can just squeeze under there. Okay, everything seems to be fine here. If you guys wanted a quick Tippy update, look at my hand. This is what she does.
Oh my, your hand is fucked, brother.
All morning, she just attacks me. If I let her, she will just attack me nonstop. Oh no!
Dude.
And she's actually biting into the skin. I can roll my sleeves up, you guys, and then she won't be as harsh or it won't hurt as much, and then she'll start attacking my head and face. So these guys are a handful. They're a lot worse than normal cats. Even after her having a sibling to play with, she still just does this. Cringe, Tibton. And she's got infinite energy. This little fella's just been attacking me non-stop and biting full force.
Oh my God, his hand is fucked up.
We have a bobcat, they said. It would be fun, they said.
Oh my God.
Lose your pinky,
dude, his hand.
Said.
Oh my God.
If you can't open your mouth, can you? Oh, look at this stupid little kitty.
Dude, his hand is so fucked.
I do love this little creature, but there's really only so much of this that I can tolerate. Okay, there's a bleeder. I'm going to go ahead and stop. That's my rule. As soon as I see blood, I go ahead and stop. Get out of here. All right, it's a lot warmer now, and look at Queen and the baby.
Oh, two puppies.
These two grew up together, basically. Why are you tweaking out, bro? She's cool. And if you guys are wondering why I keep the dogs separate, the baby could kill her now. Well, the baby actually probably
The baby
could hurt
is
them real bad.
yeah, the baby would fuck up a fucking other animal.
Heck,
Yeah.
he could hurt me real bad if he wanted to.
Dude,
What does
when
do
he-
this? Kangaroos are such bizarre and interesting.
The way they're
creatures, you
like
guys.
actually OP fighting animals. The way that they can use their fucking tail to stand on their tail and then kick your fucking ass after it grabs you and pulls you in closer to kick your ass. And then it puts its head all the fucking way back so you can't even fucking give it a good one. You know what I mean? You can't even punch it in the fucking face because its head has like reversed all the way behind its body. It's like such an OP fighting animal. Insane. They also love drowning things. Huh? Drowning things,
especially these big males. Oh goodness! He can
Evolution at its
scratch me up
peak. Yeah.
pretty
So
good.
whenever I fight, I pretend I'm a fucking kangaroo and I sit on my ass. Right. I put my head all the way back. I sit on my ass. Right. My fat ass. And then I fucking grab them and I kick them. Right. But my head's all the way back so they can't hit me. Right. I always do the kangaroo. All right. There's my little self-defense 101 for you today.
Now, but he really just likes to scratch himself mostly. The baby, I love you. Look, guys, this is my son, the baby. Hit rapper and artist extraordinaire. All right, everybody, we took a little.
I'm gonna start ugly crying, bro. I swear to God, I'm gonna start ugly crying, bro. They're hugging. Bro, they love each other, bro. They're friends forever. Look at them. Like, this could be us, but you're playing, right? Like, you know, me and who or whatever. Like, look at this photo. Is this not like goals or fucking like what?
Baby cappies, because as you guys can see, the temperature is going to be really cold for the next couple days. But these guys are super healthy, and they did do well last night in the 56-degree temperature. But it's going down to the 40s tonight, as you guys can see. These guys are going to be just fine over at my friend's place. Look at this, you guys. Now when I give Bevo his sweet potatoes, he actually swims over to his lodge instead of bringing them into here. He's officially living in there full
He's
time now.
moved out of the thing to the lodge.
Take it, Bevo, take it. Look at this, and he's just going to swim back that way over to his little lodge. There he goes. He just went underwater.
Look at him go.
Good morning, everybody. Today I am
Oh my God.
teaching Tibby how to read the scripture. I will say it's a little bit more difficult than reading with Bevo. She spends the whole time just trying to scalp me. She loves digging these paws into my scalp. And boy, oh boy, are these claws sharp. That other credential Tibby doesn't want anything to do with it. Basically, anytime I go into my living room, it's just a war zone. Lately, she's gotten really good at biting the back of my neck and my face. I don't really know why she's like this, but it's definitely taking a toll on my skin. If she wasn't this cute, she'd be in the dumpster right now. I'm starting to realize that the claws are more dangerous than her teeth. Get out! Cringe Tibby. Look at this little boy.
He's chilling now, bro.
Oh, he yawned.
Yawn. He's
But that's
sleepy,
it for now, you
Tibby.
guys, and for everyone that wanted their little Kevin update. He still lives here with all these little babies. And I'm keeping them in this yard while they finish their molt. Love you guys. I appreciate you. Thanks so much for watching these videos. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Ooh, almost forgot to tell you.
Almost forgot to tell you.
Scripture of the day.
Oh, here's our base scripture of the day, chat. Oh my gosh. But you, man of God. Oh, guess that's not me then. Flee from all of this and pursue righteousness, godliness, faith, love, endurance, and gentleness. Is this base, chat?
I do love you guys, and I pray for you every so often. Not every day, though. I forget.
Not every day. He doesn't pray for us every day.
Anthony Fantano here.
Skibbity
the
cringe.
Internet's busiest music nerd. I hope you're doing well. No big extended intro or preface for this video you're about to watch right here. Long story short, my Instagram Reels algorithm continues to torture me with absolutely awful music.
Yo, they said tech was salvation. Now it's our damnation. Autonomous monsters. It's an AI invasion.
Or the greatest music.
Wait, was that a fucking AI? Yeah.
Ever recorded and posted to the internet, depending on your perspective. And as long as that continues to be the case, I will force you through the same experience I'm having, because let's be real, misery loves company. Let's slide it over.
Fuck you, Anthony.
Gotta love a reel that starts with a question. What comes to your mind upon hearing this?
Hey, can you tell me how it feels? I want to know.
It's giving actually, it's reminiscent of what's that artist I really like actually? Fuck, I'm blanking on his name. Hold on. It's actually giving Drake. Oh, is that what it's giving? No, it's Alvin and no. Let's see. Okay, hold up. I'm loading up my motherfucking Apple Music. Insane Clown Posse. Oh, chat. Fuck, how am I gonna find this? I know I put it on the Tofu Ghost Radio. The Tofu Ghost Radio playlist. If this would just fucking load, for the love of God. Oh my God. Stop this. Stop fucking with me. Tofu Ghost Radio. Okay. I know. No. I know the artist is on here. It's actually, I actually really want to show now. Dude, this playlist is so long. There's no fucking way. Isn't there a way to like see artists that you put on a playlist? Like,
Fuck, it's gonna bug the shit out of me here. I'll just play the video while I fucking look for it.
You know, I'm gonna be honest here, and I'm gonna say Daniel
It could be
Johnston.
great.
I kind of
Daniel Johnston, I could hear it.
does.
Yeah. So see, for sure. And Daniel Johnston, like, God damn it. Now I really need to find the artist. Fuck, what is his name? He's like from Jamaica. He's been making music since the 70s, dude. And he was like using synthesizers since the 70s, like all kinds of crazy instruments. It's very like psychedelic, but it's very reggae at the same time. Not Lee Scratch Perry, but we're actually getting it closer in the realm. That's why I said Wesley Willis. I'm not familiar with Wesley Willis, so I'm not sure. Oh, William Onyeabor. William Onyeabor. I found it. Okay, fucking Apple Music is being so slow for me right now, so this is not a good example, but no, I think it's I'm in love. Hold on, I'm in love. It's such a good song. I need to know. Is it Let's Fall in Love? Love is Blind? No, dude, there's so many. I don't know. This dude's a legend. This dude is amazing. Love William, dude. Such such a huge, like, a lot of music, a very big discography of a lot of fucking really cool songs. I'm really trying to find one specific song though. Okay, I don't know why. Okay, it's just clicking fucking random songs for me now because I'm wilding out. But take my word for it, they're fucking awesome. Hot take: 70s synth, best synth. I mean, you mean like music with synths from the 70s or like synths that were made in the 70s? I mean, sure. I mean, I would agree that analog synths generally, yeah,
have kind of like a quaint, weird, awkward, homespun kind of Daniel Johnston vibe to it. I mean that unironically. Everyone calling us the new Nirvana. I guarantee you, nobody is calling this band that, regardless of what they sound like.
Maybe I will right now.
Most Nirvana rip-off Nirvana band of all Nirvana, and not a single person would call this band that. Literally no Nirvana song has opened up with those kinds of chords, that sort of guitar tone. If anything, the intro to this track sounds like My Worst Enemy. Your own worst enemy? My own worst enemy.
Dude, I forgot about Lit.
Guitar bit sounds like Lit's My Own Worst Enemy.
I just fucked a girl, now I feel like Jackie Chan.
What? I just fucked a girl, now I feel like Jackie Chan.
Yeah, what does that mean?
Me? That's like what Jackie Chan is famous for. That's like one of the 2 or 3 things that everybody knows about that guy.
I'm a for that bitch 101 cause I can. It's a Jackie world and I'm a Jackie man. This is my own, the only way Jackie can. I'm like 30 with it's right, I'm the Jackie can. Say hi to my haters, I just call them Jackie fans.
Hair dye and social media were a mistake. Like 2 of the worst things to happen to mankind.
Fuck you.
I know now, things are not the same now. I could tell by the look on your face, all we had is gone now. I know, I try to hold on to someone I should've let go. You did me so wrong.
There's so many, there's like, do you guys know that account, Catatonic, or what is it? It's like Instagram. It's like catatonic something where it's like videos. It's like I'll find it. Where it's like bad music. It's like bad music videos. Catatonic youth? Yeah, catatonic youth. Dude, this account is great. It's nothing. It's just like bad music that people post. It's got to be so painful to see your music pop up on this shit.
She's a bitch. I need someone to suck. I can't say that. Life sucks. SOCKS. I'm in Spain without the S. I miss my ex. She's a bitch.
Did I just write the next emo anthem?
We are the princes and princesses of the glory days. We were raised on a tree. We are strong and beautiful. I don't care what they say. Even if we're penniless, still look like royal. Christmas time. It's a joyous celebration when Christ was born upon this day. It's Christmas time. So let's sing a song and rhyme and open up our hearts for those you love. Christmas time.
Amazing. Dude, ew.
When I said good morning, what I really meant was, you're the most beautiful thing that I've ever seen.
Dude, me without you at home. We have me without you at home. Oh my God.
After knocking the wind out of my core,
this is the me without you at home.
Biggest best breath deep into my lungs. This is right where I belong. It's not a physical place. It's a wild running state of mind.
Oh wait, it's me without you with like fucking programmed drums. Jay Slash, shut the fuck up.
Myself with you. When I said good morning, what I really meant was.
We were trying to get the attention of Honda.
Who's all getting the letters?
All of us.
Just 7.
Wait, they all got the Honda? Why do they do this? Honda noticed, so now we're going on tour. Why did you get? You wanted to go on tour, so you tried to get Honda's attention by getting Honda tatted on all of you. Why the fuck? Why would you do that?
We were trying.
Why would you? Why? Dude, motherfuckers heard Lil Peep and like they're still trying to be exactly like Lil Peep, like this many years later. Like they're like just like it's one thing to be like inspired by somebody, it's another thing to just like try to do that thing. You know what I mean? It's like, dude, it's been so many years too, like since like 2017. Like, fuck, man. Jesus Christ.
Oh. The hate makes me chase the level of talent that sets me apart from the basics. Tasteless and sits me next to the grades. My lyrics take your mind to a place that make you think of the person you want to be, letting go of the things that keep you stuck to the same routine that have become unsatisfying. To the spirit that seeks to connect with the true meaning of being a human being in the greatest time in history. So, the hate.
Anyways, it reminds me of that Catatonic Youth. You should follow them on Twitter and Instagram. If you want to just watch horrible music, there's endless amounts of just like horrible music.
Yeah, like what gave it away? The fact that you're like literally screaming and rapping in her face and you're being completely ignored?
I know you know this song.
Oh man, oof, oh boy, oh god. For anybody who is uninitiated, this is Sean Stevens. This
Who the
guy
fuck
is
is
like
that?
a real king of the reels music scene. He's like
Why?
some kind of green-haired weirdo CEO or former CEO guy who's really trying to make it as a songwriter. But what's funny is that
Okay.
he just seemingly cannot stop pitching the same song to the internet about him being a rectangle. Yes,
Let's
I'm
go.
shitting you not. This man is obsessed with the idea that he is a rectangle. And this is somehow a representation of the fact that he
What?
doesn't fit in with the rest of the world, which
Oh,
he
like
views
the
as
rest of the world is
circular.
like
I know I
yeah.
sound like I'm lying right now,
Got
but
it.
that is literally the lore behind this man.
You know this
That's what's
song.
up.
I am rectangle.
Okay, you
Oh,
know
I
I
know
know
that
it, so why are
song.
you showing it to me again?
And I know you
Wait,
know
I
this
do know this guy. Legend. Wait, yeah, I do know this guy. I know that song.
song or might know this song.
Sean, he's a rectangle.
He's rectangular.
Square. He's just down with any four-sided shape. I'm waiting for the rhombus song.
Oh, this song.
Clap.
Here we are, the circle view, the wanderlust, the always blue, counting down to the ground, to the fact that we always knew.
Can this guy get his narrative straight? Do you identify with rectangles or do you identify with
He
circles?
identifies with
Which
shapes.
is the in-group, which
Anthony.
is the out-group? Which one are you? Which one is me?
We are all
Whoa,
rectangles
Dennis
and
Quaid
circles.
on Reels music? Legendary pull. Like, oh my god.
Wow.
And not only Dennis Quaid, but it's like Christian acoustic
What a friend
rock.
we have in
This is
Jesus.
everything about the Reels
True.
aesthetic collapsing onto itself.
That's true.
Just at the same time.
What a friend we have in Jesus. All
Jeebus.
our sins and griefs to bear.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, the vocals aren't bad. The instrumental is very much giving like very bad MIDI instrumental that you find off the internet somewhere. Ooh, okay, all right. More Reels lore. For anybody who isn't in the know, I guarantee you, these guys together, this group of, IT professionals, presumably, they're going to be the hottest, most popular alternative R&B group in the next 2 to 3 years. Mark my words.
I'm not over it. I'm just not over it.
Smashing that.
Over it. I'm just not over it.
Killing that chorus.
Over it. I'm just not over it.
Last week I saw some bro OD on the side of the road. His ID read he was born in August.
I swear, like the content some of these tracks start out with is insane.
He was just a kid. He was innocent. 2 years younger than me. By the day.
I don't get it.
Okay, stop.
Wait, what the
Like,
fuck? I don't
these
understand what's
people want
happening.
us to listen to their songs, but they're like, hit me in the first few seconds with, I did cocaine.
I did cocaine to get through the hangovers.
Yo, the fucking little front thing, the little front wave.
Cops became my chauffeurs.
Don't look.
Wait, is it a pompadour or a front wave?
Don't give me those puppy dog
Hard to
eyes.
tell. Oh, dude, this is crack. Yo, this crack boy mental, bro. Put some respect on my man's name. That's crack boy mental. Okay, trans people are my motherfucking friends. This dude is a legend. Okay, I will hear no fucking shit talking about crack boy mental. Okay, this dude is an icon.
Whether you're trans or non-binary,
Yeah.
your gender is valid to me.
My brother is based.
Yes,
me and
that's
my
crack boy
non-binary cousin. were
Bro, Anthony Fantano, you didn't know about crack boy mental until now? Bro.
playing basketball when I surprised them.
I became
with this.
British all of a sudden.
First off, you're playing basketball in a full-on winter coat, and number two, did you force your cousin to like shoot this video? Yeah, you were.
Do you not know my man?
Definitely losing, and you needed a way to end
Bro,
it.
that's crazy.
He's hitting us with
Fucking
those
legend.
ally bangers.
Yes.
With that really thick, deep, rich vibrato.
Yes.
In my bed. Sigma's
No.
in my head.
No, stop this. We need to stop with this. We need to.
Okay,
the meme is dead. It's dead. Let it die. Okay? We need to stop this. Please. Please, I'm begging. Stop. We don't. It's not funny anymore. All right? I get it. Skibbity. I know.
What is it called?
Phantom tax. I get it. We get it.
When
it's
like,
over. Please.
You're trying to be cringe.
New
on
meme.
purpose in sort of like a self-aware way, but it's like cringe anyway.
Yes.
I do it a lot, honestly. It's just
I
cringe,
do it a lot.
guess.
Whisper in my ear and tell me what you're thinking. Girl, you always know I like the way you're speaking.
Yo,
Okay, that's banger. Banger alert.
My man has that Eeyore flow.
Yo, Eeyore's a legend.
It's me every time. Golly, sweetie, take your time.
Haters don't know
Banger.
me at all. You got ball, but I ain't gonna fall. I'm not sorry I enthralled y'all. I had a waltz, now I'm back to mall. I hit a wall, I had to crawl.
Please change the rhyme. Please. You can change the rhyme. There are other words. You can rhyme. You can use a different word and rhyme it with a different. Please change the rhyme.
I had a haul just to call.
Please change the
lost it all,
rhyme.
But Kenny stalled. I fell.
Yeah, I was sitting.
Wait, he fell? And he didn't say fall? He finally changes the rhyme and then he never rhymes with it. But he had an opportunity to continue the rhyme. Like he could have said, I fall if, or you know what I mean? Like it would have made more sense. And then he didn't, and then he changed the rhyme. And then why?
Through the whole thing, just like waiting for, I don't know, anything that sounded like like it had any kind of rhythm to it. Man, the beat on this thing didn't even have a rhythm. Hey, I'm on Instagram looking at reels, and all you guys know the deal. And I went to the aquarium, I saw a seal, and I felt myself to see if I'm real. And
wait, this is kind of hard.
Favorite color is teal. Banana peel. All right, let's get one more in. I can already tell from the visual here, this is going to be a nightmare.
Pressure's on, gonna know a turn in the mouth of the...
Please just be unique. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need, like, you can just, like, find your sound. Find your sound. You know what I mean? Find your sound that is you, right? Like, you don't just, like, sound exactly like another fucking artist. Like, dude, okay, dude, you're fucking, what's his name? You're fucking what's this guy? What's his name, dude? Fucking, choke me if you hate me. Yeah, Corpse Husband. Okay, we get it. You sound like Corpse Husband and you look like fucking, what's his name? The other fucking, like, the dark rapper, goth rapper, fucking, like, fucking, sounds like fucking Suicide Boys, but, like, I forgot his fucking name. Who's the guy? Ghostmane. Thank you. Ghostmane. Thank you. Like, those people exist. Like, Ghostmane exists, and, you know, and Corpse Husband exists. Like, those are artists. Like, you should do you. You should do your own thing.
6 cents, brain dead, no sleep, drowning in that liquid room. Pull it, take a sip.
Okay, I feel like this is what you would get if you crossed Corpse with Tom McDonald.
Literally. This is what happens when your favorite rapper is Eminem until you find out that Corpse Husband and Ghostmane exist, and then your life is changed.
When in the madness, no sleep. I'm a big scary man laying basket. All
right, okay, I'm done. I've reached
What's up, High Darkness?
I've reached my limit. I cannot do any more. I cannot go any further into the Instagram Reels rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So sadly, we are going to end it there. Thank you for
Jesus Christ. Jesus. Jesus Cristo. All right, chat. Listen, chat. It's been a good stream, okay, chat? I told you I was going to end it a little bit early. It's 3:38. Usually we'll go for another 2.5, 3 hours, okay? But not tonight because I have to be up early. As in, I need to be ready to go at 3 p.m. PST, which is not early if you're a normal person. But I am a degenerate. I'm a degenerate, okay? I am a degenerate. I am different. So I need to try to get to bed. But I hope you enjoyed your stream, or I hope you enjoyed your stay, chat, because I enjoyed your company. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chilling in the stream, and I hope to see you guys again tomorrow for coverage of the fucking election. Okay, it's election day now, today officially. So we're gonna be I'm gonna be live with Rhizome, Cinemarxism, and Gremlo tomorrow, pretty much all fucking day, from 3 p.m. PST, 6 p.m. EST, all night probably, all fucking night probably. So yeah, I'll be on Gremlo's stream. I probably won't be live on this account. Which is why it's very, I'm very appreciative of all the support tonight, because if I'm not live on this account tomorrow, that means I'm not going to be making any money. So thank you so much for destroying the sub goal today, doubling the sub goal today. Thank you for all the bits. Thank you for all the donos. I appreciate you. Any last minute donos? Any last minute fucking gifties, biddies, any of that stuff? Chat, please go follow all of my social media accounts, okay? Twitter, Blue Sky, all of the things. There's something in there for everybody. Please go follow. Go look through the links there. Also, join the Discord for notifications for when I go live and to keep up with the community outside of stream. Let's do... Yo, Hickel, thank you so much for 16 months of Prime. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're gonna go raid over to Blood Glow. Her title says help cheer me up. So we're gonna go spread some good vibes over there. If she needs help cheering up, we're gonna go help with that because we love Blood Glow, and we're gonna go tell Blood Glow that she's awesome. All right. Also, we're trying to get Blood Glow to partner, so please follow and support Blood Glow. Thank you for all the support here. Like I said, I'll see you guys tomorrow for election coverage. I'll be with Gremlo, Cinemarxism, and Rhizome. All the fucking legends, the whole fucking gang. We're gonna be talking about, everything election tomorrow. So see you guys then. Much love. Take your meds. Drink some water. Stay hydrated. Okay. Take care of yourself. Be kind to yourself. Be kind to others, chat. Don't be a dick, but also don't be a pussy, and I'll see you guys later. Bye everyone. See you guys. Follow socials. Not that. This. Bye everyone. Much love. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.